We are starting. Good morning, everyone. If everyone could please find their seats, we're going to go ahead and get started. My name is Joseph Wenger. I'm an attorney with the 10th District Court of Appeals for the state of Ohio. In addition to that, I'm a trustee of the Ohio State Bar Foundation, a board member of Equality Ohio, a member of the LGBTQ community, and as relevant for all of us here today, I will be your MC for today's program. Thank you all for being here. This is really special to see so many people back together again in the State House. I'll have some details on how today's program is going to run, but first I would like to welcome to the stage and introduce one of our moderators today, an attorney at law, and our hometown favorite NBC4 news anchor, Colleen Marshall. Colleen.
Oh boy, I'm his hometown favorite. Good morning, everyone, and we do want to welcome you to the Ohio State Bar Foundation's 2022 Unity Summit, LGBTQ Education, Law, and Policy. I am Colleen Marshall, and I'm delighted to be here to help kick off this really significant summit today. As you are likely aware, new legal and policy changes are occurring in Ohio. You might have heard about some of the proposed legislation in this building and nationwide. So in conjunction, more Ohioans and Americans are identifying as LGBTQ+. The percentage of the US population that identifies that way has doubled just since 2012. With those changes, there is a great need for more conversation and education around LGBTQ+ issues, and that is why we are here today and welcoming all of you. Now, throughout the day, the panelists are going to explore how we can advance the law and build a better justice system in Ohio for LGBTQ+ individuals. We'll also be asking, what would Ohio look like if we were not just a follower in terms of lived and legal equality for the community, but a nationwide leader? We anticipate insightful and meaningful conversations throughout the program, and we look forward to what we're all going to learn together today. I would like to give a special thanks to our sponsors, Thompson Hine, Ice Miller, Masucci Law Group, Shoemaker, Loop and Kendrick, and Equality Ohio. Let's give them a round of applause for making this possible. Now, the Unity Summit is presented by the Ohio State Bar Foundation, or OSBF. It's a 501c3. It's a grant-making organization and the largest bar foundation in the US. We're very proud of that. Its mission is to improve the justice system and enhance the public understanding of the rule of law all throughout the state of Ohio. The OSBF accomplishes that through three focus areas: grant-making, an awards program, and the OSBF Fellows program. Since 1992, the OSBF has awarded $14 million in grants all throughout the state to Ohio nonprofits to advance its mission. Each year, the OSBF promotes excellence in the legal profession by recognizing outstanding attorneys for their dedication to advancing justice for all. Today's summit is the culmination of the year-long work of the 2021 class of OSBF Fellows. The Fellows are attorneys who exemplify the highest standards of professionalism and are committed to serving their communities. Each year, the OSBF welcomes a new class of Fellows. They design a week of service centered around a topic of their choice. And this year, the Fellows chose to focus on the needs of the LGBTQ+ community. In addition to today's Unity Summit, the culmination of the Fellows Week of Service, Fellows have been volunteering with the Ohio Name and Gender Change Legal Clinic throughout the state. And so I want to extend a special thanks to the OSBF Fellows of 2021 for their efforts, and let's give them a round of applause for making this possible. So before we get started, I want to clarify some of the goals and the intentions for the day. To understand how the law affects a group of people, we need to first understand the people who are affected. We must also work to understand exactly what the law is and the practical effects of its implementation. We hope to better reach both of these goals today. We're not here to take a political stand. It's going to be very difficult not to do that, but we are not here to do that. We are here to ensure that we hear the voices of those from the LGBTQ+ community and those working with members of the community. We aim to share their voices with the public so we can understand better how the law impacts lives. During today's program, we may hear a variety of opinions expressed by the panelists. I want to mention that those opinions are solely their own and do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of the Ohio State Bar Foundation or its members. So, we thank you for joining us today. It's an honor to be with you. Join me in welcoming Joseph Wenger back to the stage.
Thank you so much, Colleen. As Colleen mentioned, this summit is made possible by the efforts of the 2021 Fellows class. You can recognize them around the room today by the special name tags we made them wear, that they wanted to wear. When this Fellows class chose the LGBTQ+ community as their area of focus, I knew that I wanted to be involved. So right now, we're in the middle of, let's say, a transformative moment for the LGBTQ+ community here in Ohio and nationally. We've had tremendous successes, such as the Supreme Court case legalizing same-sex marriage. That came right out of here in Ohio, Obergefell v. Hodges. We're also facing some tremendous challenges as a community, and that's most especially felt by the trans and gender non-conforming, non-binary members of our community and people of color. So just on a personal note, I want to extend a special thank you to the members of the 2021 Fellows class for choosing the LGBTQ+ community as their area of focus. It means a lot to me personally. I think it means a lot to our community that this is happening here today. So if we could, please let's give them another round of applause. Thank you. And I would also like to recognize two very special people, leaders at the Ohio State Bar Foundation, President Chris Burkett and our Executive Director, Lori Keating. If you would please stand. Please join me in thanking them. Thank you for your leadership. And thanks again to all of you for being here today. This wouldn't be possible if you weren't here sitting in these seats. So we're going to hope that you're going to stay for all of today's program. We have a ton on the agenda for you today. There's also a very special closing performance by spoken word poet and performer Rachel Wiley. So we hope you'll stay for all of that. If you're not able to stay for the full day, we are recording everything. This will be posted afterwards, so you can check out anything that you've missed, posted on social media. But we are being recorded, so just be mindful of that. Before we get to today's program, I would like to extend a special Statehouse welcome to one of our own legislators. So we have a video presentation from Nikki Antonio, and I'd like to welcome to the stage Representative Brett Hillier. Representative Hillier.
Thank you for having me. I am myself a lawyer, so I'm looking forward to getting some CLE credit this afternoon. Thankfully, my reporting period was last year, so I do have a cushion, but I'll take it where I can get it. It's a pleasure to see all of you today, and it's a pleasure to be amongst friends that are advocating for the LGBT community. As one of the opening speakers indicated, unfortunately, the community is facing a number of attacks from a number of unlikely sources. I don't think it's any secret I'm a conservative Republican, and ultimately the reason why I support inclusivity and diversity is because I believe in freedom, and that freedom includes the freedom to own a home, the freedom to hold a job, the freedom to worship God in your own way, and the freedom to hold a job. We, as conservatives, we believe that a job is the best anti-poverty tool, and I think we should encourage more people to live their lives as they wish, live their life in a way that they seek to, as long as it doesn't offend others, and be more self-sufficient and less dependent on government and government programs. Just to sum up and briefly paraphrase one of my favorite poets, William Henley, "You are the master of your destination, and you are the captain of your soul. As lawyers, it's our job to help defend those that need defending and provide representation to those that need it. And it's a pleasure to see you all today, and hope that we can continue to make our state and our country a freer, more prosperous place for all to live and feel included. Thank you.
I'm Nikki Antonio, Assistant Minority Leader for the Ohio Senate, and I represent Ohio's 23rd Senate District. I'm also proud to be the first lesbian legislator in Ohio's General Assembly's history. It's a responsibility I take very seriously, especially in these challenging times for LGBTQ+ inclusion, visibility, and equality. I'm honored to welcome you all today to the Ohio State Bar Foundation's 2022 Unity Summit, a day full of panel discussions and presentations where you're going to hear from LGBTQ+ community members, healthcare providers, legal experts, activists, and educators as you discuss issues of importance and necessity for our community as the stewards of the law. Lawyers play a special role in the legislative process by ensuring that lawmakers adhere to the Constitution and are held accountable to the public as we develop public policies. Our community needs allies in all places as we look to the future in Ohio and navigate that ever-shifting policy landscape that affects our community. As we do, legal experts like yourselves have a unique knowledge base and will advocate for more equitable policies to protect all Ohioans. I hope you use this power for good in whatever role you hold as we continue the fight for equity and fairness in our state. I would like to sincerely thank all of you here today for your civic engagement and your interest in issues affecting some of our most vulnerable and often marginalized citizens. The need for responsive, knowledgeable lawyers willing to understand, to advocate, and defend the rights of members of the LGBTQ+ community is greater now than ever before. Through the policies we create, I believe we must work to foster a climate in Ohio that is open and welcoming to all, including the LGBTQ+ community. Together, it's my hope that we can work towards a brighter, more inclusive future for everyone in our state. And finally, I'd like to give a shout out to the 2021 Ohio State Bar Foundation Fellows class who chose to focus their week of Fellows service on the needs of LGBTQ community by developing this Unity Summit. So this summit today is a result of their work. It's clear through your actions that you are already well on your way towards being outstanding allies of the LGBTQ+ community. And I'm excited to see what you achieve in your careers. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hillier and Senator Antonio. All right, so some procedural notes before we get started. You will see in your programs there's a ton of good information in there for you today on what we're going to be talking about, panelist bios. Also, for those of you who are seeking educational credit, as Representative Hillier mentioned, there is a form in there that you will need to fill out, tear out, and deposit before the end of the day today. Staff will be happy to take those from you. I'll remind you again before we're done, but just remember, you have to turn those in if you want credit. And so one other thing, restrooms, because I know we're all going to need to use them at some point, right out these doors over here and then to the left or right. If you're looking for a single occupancy restroom, you can get to that by going downstairs into the map room. And again, if you need help, talk to OSBF staff. And so with that, I would like to invite the first panel members up onto the stage. And I would like to introduce our host and moderator for the first panel, the legendary, the incomparable, the one and only entertainer, drag performer Anissa Love, also known as Corey Williams. Please give them a round of applause.
Good morning. First off, you are not seeing anything crazy. I am not Patti LaBelle. I don't want you to freak out. I will not be singing New Attitude today. Maybe tonight, because drag should not be seen at 8 a.m. in the morning. I look like my mom after a really rough night. So thank you for inviting me. This is going to be educational. This is going to be something I cannot wait to discuss further as my career progresses. So first, let's start with the rundown and the overall vision for the panel. Our panelists will begin the discussion by building a shared understanding of language and current topics while developing self-awareness and reflection. This initial discussion will be informed by an overview of important terminology as related to identification and how such language has been recognized and evolved over time. Next, we'll get into a deeper dive on the current topics of interest for the LGBTQ+ community, such as the movement for racial justice following the murder of George Floyd. Our panelists will also discuss best practices when working with members of the LGBTQ community, including how to provide services or care in a cultural, humbling way. So now it's my distinct honor to welcome our panelists. First, we have Micah McCary, the director of the LGBT Center at OU, or Ohio University. Karen Hewitt, yes, clap. We are all up early. Encouragement is always a thing we can use. A friend of mine, Karen Hewitt, the associate director of Leadership Columbus. Kimberly Sue Griffith, founder and executive director of Octopus. And the suite, Amanda Erickson, the director of education and outreach for the Kaleidoscope Youth Center. And I will be doing this a lot because I chose the wrong hair this morning. I should have put on something very conservative. This is my This is what you're getting today. All right, let's begin our discussion. First, we're going to tackle some questions on the LGBTQ identification and terminology. To begin, we'd love to talk about how sexuality and gender are often portrayed in our culture in a binary way, such as male or female, straight or gay. Panelists, could you please help us understand the following questions? What is the gender binary? Are sexual orientation and gender identity binary concepts, or are they more like a spectrum? For those in the audience, take a look. You can go through your program and take a look at the gender unicorn in your program. Amanda.
Yes.
Could you please provide the definitions of the components of the gender unicorn image?
Absolutely. So this is on page 17 in your program, if you're still looking for it. And the gender unicorn is something we really like to use as a teaching tool for all of our education. It looks like a cutesy cartoon image for kids. It can be used for kids. I've worked with 4th and 5th graders with this concept, and they totally get it. It's also a really fantastic way to simplify things for adults to be able to kind of better understand the parts and pieces and components of gender. When we think, in our society, when we think of gender, it's often, what was mentioned as this binary concept, that there are men and women. These are boxes that we are put into on our birth, whatever our birth certificate says, whether it's an M or an F, that is the box that you're expected to remain in for the rest of your life, right? You're color-coded at birth. That M or F informs what name you have, what toys you're expected to play with, what clothing you're put into as a child and then choose later as an adult, who you're expected to play with at school, who you're expected to have crushes on in middle school, who you're expected to date or marry later on. And all of these different, societal concepts are all based on this binary. The gender unicorn helps us break it down into a lot more pieces and parts than just those two things, so that people have more freedom to be who they really are authentically. So on this unicorn, you're going to see at the top gender identity. And this is your core concept of who you are. And sometimes it's difficult for folks to wrap their minds around because there's not much more of a scientific definition than that. It's just who you know yourself to be at your core, your sense of self. And you may notice that there are three kind of spectrums here, and you can think of those as going from 0% to 100%. We're starting to get away from this idea of a spectrum as being like male at one end and female at the other end, as if those are two opposites and those are your two options. This is really like, there are three options listed here. One of them is other, which is not the best term to use for that, and if we included every single gender identity on here, this program would be 300 pages long instead of, a neat, 25, and fitting the gender unicorn on one page. So you can kind of identify your own gender identity within these spectrums. There is no wrong way to identify within these spectrums. Some people may think, oh, I'm 100% of the female, woman, girl line, and that's it. It's that simple. For other folks, they may find themselves in various places on multiple lines, and that's fine too. The second line here is gender expression. So this is about how we're showing the rest of the world our gender, whether that's through our clothing or our hairstyle, makeup, things that we control in that nature. Things that are more difficult control are our tone of voice, the way we walk, our posture, our body shape. All of those things are kind of stereotyped as either masculine or feminine, and that's represented here in gender expression. Sex assigned at birth then is what we mentioned towards the beginning about that birth certificate M or F. Right? And this is assigned to us based on body parts. The third option here, other or intersex, is when someone has some kind of combination of body parts and chromosomes and hormones that makes it really hard to categorize them as one of those two binary concepts. The bottom two categories, physical attraction and emotional attraction, then are representing sexuality as being something entirely different than gender. Those are related concepts, right? But we all have a gender identity and we all have a sexuality. For a lot of people, the sexual attraction or physical attraction and the emotional or romantic side are different, and so those are separated on the gender unicorn. So if you have never thought about any of this for your own identity before, feel free to kind of look through this and try to find your own kind of spot on each line where you might fit, and it may help kind of wrap your mind more around folks that are outside that binary norm that our culture is expecting of them, and have more freedom in finding their own selves in life.
Well, look at that, thank you. I identify. We'll do that later. So, before I continue, I just have to say like two things that are gonna be completely lightweight. One, your top is gorgeous. I chose a bright color, and I'm attracted to it, much like a dog. I'm just like, thank you. That was it. And the second one, I'm so excited. You just started, Amanda, and I'm so excited right now for this. So let's continue, sorry. So let's go ahead for all of our panelists. Let's get into the conversation of discussing norms and expectations based on sex assigned at birth. If you would like to go and start, Micah.
Yeah, sex assigned at birth. I was marked male and I am cisgender, which means that I identify with the sex that I was assigned at birth, but I have had the experience of being kind of coached and corrected in terms of how I express that gender identity, and I think that's something that a lot of folks end up experiencing just through how we're socialized. And I even had the experience recently of having a family member say, Micah, I want you to know that I recognize that you're non-binary, you're gender non-binary, and it's okay if you want to talk about that with me. And I said, that's news to me. What makes you think that I'm non-binary, that I don't identify as male or female? And he said, you just seem more comfortable in your skin. You don't seem as concerned with presenting this masculine image all the time. And I had to reflect on that and recognize that in 2019, I became Ohio University's LGBT Center Director, and consequently, I'm coming out professionally several times a day, and there's really no masking or hiding anything about my sexuality or gender identity, so perhaps I've become more comfortable in my own skin, and whether that's read through mannerisms or tone of voice, I recognize that yin and yang is a beautiful thing, and that we all have those sort of capacities to reflect on how we show up in the world and what feels authentic for us, and I think that's really the most important thing, to be authentic.
Karen.
So I first want to take a moment and acknowledge like the internal work that is required in this space around knowing who you are. I took the job about 4 years ago at KYC as a deputy director, and I then realized that I was kind of being projected immediately into this very visible and representative space. And so what that can mean is over time, like every time I do the gender unicorn, it's different for me. I am gender fluid, I am non-gender conforming. Non-gender conforming, which basically means that I don't subscribe to societal constructs of gender. And my understanding of it can be a little bit more philosophical or spiritual. However, there's a lot of work. So when you see Z here, hers, and she, her, hers, Z here, hers was a pronoun set. It's a neo-pronoun. And the youth actually gave it to me. We were talking, and they were like, well, you look like Auntie Zizi, you know? And, you know, we talked about that and how that, and then I sat with it, and it was like, I had to go home and take that home and talk about what that looks like. And I think there are so many socialized messages. I like to do an exercise when I'm doing like workshops and stuff, where I have people around gender, sexuality, race, talk about the societal messages and the socialized messages that they've received over time. And I think we don't often think about the messages that we received in our growing up, in our adolescence, that have kind of shaped how we think about this, how we talk about this, and what that looks like. And I think the challenge is to, on your own and with others where there's safety, is to discuss what that can look like and how those impacted you. You may be unpacking a little trauma. It's not a pretty process. It's not all rainbows and unicorns, let's just say, for the sake of cool nuance. It is actually getting underneath what people tell you you're supposed to do and be. And so when you're looking at that, it can be challenging, and it can also be very empowering to say that I don't have to exist under any sort of binary construct that someone else that I don't even know created for me. And you may find that I agree with some of these societal norms, and that's fine. There's nothing that is prohibiting any of that. I just think the important thing to do is explore, and I always will say anything, you can fill in the blank, anything is an inside job. So that could be leadership, that could be professionalism, that could be healing. All of those things are inside jobs, and I think around gender identity and expression, because as someone who's gender fluid, I know that I have about 30 seconds to 60 seconds to make an impression, and you're all forming those naturally from a safety standpoint. You're all forming those immediately when you're interacting with someone. And so my expression is generally based on how I'm showing up, or where I'm showing up, or who I'm showing up to on a given day. My identity doesn't change, though. And so that's something that I have to know for myself all the time. So that's what I would say about that.
Well, that's a great answer. Kimberly, do you have anything you want to contribute?
I think it's been covered really, really well by everyone here. What I will say is just kind of, I guess it's maybe a recap. So norms and expectations, we all have them, but you know, it may be around our favorite activities, our gender expression, our gender identity, our sexual orientation, but we maybe should be more aware of what those expectations and norms are. Maybe we should consider not holding ourselves so tightly to what society has, has designated as those norms for us. So it's largely a cultural or societal basis. Just because you may follow these norms, or some of them, does not mean that you must define yourself in connection with them, specifically as male or female, masculine or feminine, man or woman, straight or gay. Define yourself as you are, as you know yourself to be.
Awesome. So within the panelists right here and everyone in the audience, how do you encourage everyone out here to actually reflect on the ways they can go outside of the norms and actually look through other expectations? So if you four have any advice for everyone out here, what do you think that might be? You're welcome. Came out my noggin.
I think to Kimberly's point about just reflecting on those norms and what they are, catch yourself making those assumptions internally when you make them. If you see someone wearing something or doing something and you associate that with masculinity or femininity and you make an assumption about that person based on that thing, right? Try to catch yourself doing that and ask yourself why. And to Karen's point, like, that's internal work that we have to do to realize, like, my brain just made a link between this person wearing a dress and just automatically assuming that this person is a woman and she's going to use she, her pronouns, and I'm going to call her she, her pronouns, and whatever other assumption you're going to make, right? And even if your assumption turns out to be correct, like, that part doesn't matter. Realize that you made the assumption and then check it and think about how in the future can I avoid, acting on those assumptions and be more open to whatever someone is going to tell me about themselves. And I think that's really important. So I'm here from Kaleidoscope Youth Center, and we work with young people ages 12 to 24 who primarily are somewhere in the LGBTQ spectrum of life. And these youth are so far outside any of the societal norms and expectations any of us in my generation and older might have, that it is shocking sometimes, and we have to catch ourselves and we have to be open to whoever they are in this moment and whatever support they need in this moment without, assigning them an identity or a characteristic or something that we feel like they should have.
You mentioned generational perspectives, and I think that's really important because we have to acknowledge that for many, this feels really novel, and are we just trying to get rid of gender as a construct altogether? And for some folks, that's unsettling. And I like to just recommend a resource that I've found has been very effective for exposing folks from different generations to these concepts. And it's a documentary you can find streaming freely on Facebook. It's National Geographic, it's Katie Couric, it's called The Gender Revolution. Has anyone seen it already? But I have found that people of all ages have responded really effectively to the kind of nuanced discussion and interviews and sociological and legal explorations that happen in that documentary. So if you were to just Google The Gender Revolution Facebook, you'll find the full 90-minute documentary streaming, and I think it's one you can even put on with grandma or and really have that conversation, because it really feels like a revolution for some folks, and we have to recognize that that means having some patience and some grace when we recognize that it takes some time for folks to kind of understand this shift in our understanding.
Awesome. Karen, I'm going to let you give an answer, and then we're going to move to the next question. Okay?
I will speak to, on the attorney side and people with access to power and influence. And so what I would say is there is generally a resistance that comes when we're talking about topics that don't immediately impact us. And so if there was advice, it would be to notice your resistance around it. Sometimes that can be a cognitive resistance around, this is too much. I can't solve this problem. So what that looks like as someone who is an attorney is one client at a time, right? Respecting the names and pronouns and identities of the people that you work with directly one-on-one and building relationship there. Sometimes there is the cognitive resistance of there's an emotional charge here, I don't like it, and I don't agree with it. And so what you have to realize is it really doesn't matter if you agree or not, that you get to honor someone else as you would expect to be honored, especially, and I always revolve around the concept of do no harm, right? So as long as we're not doing any harm It doesn't hurt me to call you the name that you're asking me to call you. It doesn't hurt me to call you the pronouns that you're asking me to call you. And then the last thing I would say around sometimes there's so much new language, there's so much nuance, I can't keep up, and people will say that. And my response to that in a room full of attorneys and beyond is, you are attorneys. You literally passed the bar. And so when I think of, ability and cognitive flexibility, to say that you don't have the capacity to understand various pronouns, I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit. Okay? So that's what I would say around that.
Fair enough. Well, yeah. So that is actually the perfect segue. Look at you.
I didn't even read that.
You didn't even read that. That just came from your canobs. All right. So now that is the overview of the gender binary. Next, we're going to go into a topic about names and pronouns. So when folks talk about pronouns, what does that actually mean? What are they asking for? We're also seeing the use of neopronouns. What are those? For those in the audience, take a look at the pronouns chart in the program as we continue. For example, I walk in and I'm wearing a dress. My pronouns are he, him, his. I am a man to my core, but sometimes Anissa is a she. Today, it's a definite flow and ebb with me. Right now, I am hungry. That is where I am. So, while you're looking at your program, Amanda, I call on you again. Explain the basics with they, them, neopronouns, please.
Absolutely. So your gender pronouns page is page 15, if you haven't found it yet. And you'll see kind of the two common binary pronouns listed first being she, her, hers, herself, and he, him, his, himself. These are the ones that folks are used to, right? The next one you'll see is they, them, theirs, themself. We have all been using they for a very long time as a plural pronoun. This is a great audience. Look at them. They are so attentive, right? All of you as being that they and them. They, them, theirs is also a gender-neutral singular person talking about one person, right? This is not new. Shakespeare used this language in some of his writings in the 16th century. But it's kind of coming back in this societal attention to LGBTQ identities, right? And non-binary identities and using they, them for folks who would rather not use she, her, or he, him as binary pronouns. Or maybe they, them just really feels good to those people. Neopronouns, so the prefix neo means new. Again, these are not super new. These have been around, but you may not have heard about them. They're much newer in the mainstream culture, right? I have been with Kaleidoscope Youth Center for 4.5 years, and in the first couple of years of my work, I was able to say, like, oh, I've only ever met, 3 or 4 people who used neopronouns, and it was in the LGBTQ education field, right? At this point, in my 5th year at Kaleidoscope, I can tell you that the majority of our youth that attend Kaleidoscope Youth Center are using neopronouns and are trying them out and are having strings of multiple different pronouns that we have never heard of. Like, our entire staff is queer, and we have not heard of these pronouns, and we have to ask our youth, like, what does that mean? How do we pronounce this? How are you spelling this? Where do you want us to use this? All of these questions, right? When you hear, a pronoun that you've never heard of before, it's generally one-on-one okay to ask those questions, right? How am I going to spell this? Can you help me out? Will you please correct me if I get it wrong? What's not ever okay is to say, I'm not going to use those pronouns to describe you because I don't understand it. I'm going to call you she instead, right? So it's that willingness to learn and that willingness to be kind of along for the ride. One that I want to mention, actually, that is top of mind because it came up in a training yesterday, is, quote, a young person in the program that I run has asked me to use its pronouns to describe this person. What do I do? And I think that's another challenge in this conversation. That is relatively new. I think we had our first Kaleidoscope youth asking to use it at its maybe 2 years ago. And it's hard because we have spent a lot of time and labor and energy trying to convince people that it is never okay to refer to a human being, right? It is something that we refer to an object as. And our current young people are driving more of this conversation of what gender even is. And does everyone even have a gender? And do I have to identify with gender? And can I just throw gender out the window and not even deal with it and just be, an entity within this universe and use it at its pronouns? And it's fascinating to listen to our young people talk about it, and we can't wrap our minds around it, and that's okay, because we're here to support them. But it's always those younger generations that are driving all of these conversations, that are, pushing language to evolve. And it's up to, all of us to kind of tag along and figure it out as we go.
Kimberly, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I think just in general, as far as pronouns go, don't make assumptions about people and try not to judge them. That sometimes takes a great effort depending on the circumstances. You may have been taught to be respectful and use sir or use ma'am out of that respect, but with transgender individuals and non-binary individuals, assumptions can result in misgendering, which can be extremely painful to people. So ask appropriate questions like, what is your name? What are your pronouns? Maybe reciprocate with giving your own, or maybe even start with giving your own, out of respect really for another's humanity. I see you, I respect you, I want to honor you by identifying you as you identify yourself. Though pronouns may provide a window into one's gender identity, in most cases you do not specifically need to know their gender identity or their sexual orientation just to satisfy your own curiosity. And I have not met individuals yet who have chosen to use it as a pronoun, and wasn't quite sure how I would respond to this because I have had people include that, but I'm glad Amanda was able to talk about that and experience, and it makes a lot more sense when we think of philosophically how we're someone else, something else in this universe, and so why should we necessarily include ourselves with a gender? Probably not going to change that myself, personally, but I do want to respect that if another uses it.
Okay. Micah?
Sure. I am holding my Ohio University LGBT Center name tag, and you might not be able to see it, but it's got Micah McCary, and then it says he, him, his. I bet some of you have been in conference settings where you've been invited to have your pronouns on your name badge, and it really does help signal to folks that you are aware of the importance of respecting pronouns. And in my daily work, it's very advantageous to be able to just kind of gesture to my name badge as I'm introducing myself, and I say, my name is Micah, I use he, him, his, thanks for visiting the center, I'd love to meet you, and then that invites them to optionally share their pronouns if they wish to. Sometimes they'll just share the name, and I think that's important to recognize that if you don't know how to address someone, using their name is a respectful way to engage in that kind of exchange. But I would also just point out that we are in a setting where some of us may have never been invited to include pronouns in introductions. So it's really important to make that an optional sharing for a number of reasons. First, because some folks might want to observe how folks actually say this when introducing themselves. For others, it may be that they're in the process of kind of negotiating and figuring out what pronouns they're comfortable with, and it can kind of put them on the spot of, okay, if I share these pronouns right now, and I'm coming out, and what if I change them later? Is that going to be hard for folks? So I would just say again, like even at Ohio University, this summer will be the first time that during our Bobcat student orientation, where we have incoming students and their families checking in and getting their name tags, they will be able to pick out pronoun buttons if they wish to, and we'll have information about why Ohio University is committed to respecting pronouns. And we know that there will be some challenging conversations, particularly around neo-pronouns, and it's been enough of a challenge to get folks to understand the they, them. So I think in any organization, you have to kind of think about meeting people where they are and scaffolding, and it is still a minority of even students who use the LGBT Center who are using neo-pronouns, but the research shows they're coming, and as you mentioned, the youth are doing this more and more, and so it's coming in phases, but it's a journey that we all need to be on together.
Okay. I have a question that I just looked. So, do you feel that once you've established, if you go into a professional setting, that once you've established your pronouns, that you're stuck within the confines of those? So through the spectrum of your relationship with, let's say, an attorney, as you are evolving and you're growing and your pronouns may or may not change, do you feel that once you've initiated that initial he, she, they, them, are you stuck within those, or how do you go approach your attorney again as that conversation changes? You're welcome.
I mean, I'm gender fluid, so at the end of the day,
you don't count.
Right. Heard that all my life. Anyway, trauma. Trauma. I think, so there's a couple parts of that. I think it's up to me to determine how much I want to come out, how often, and how much accountability I'm going to hold others to around any shifts and transformations I make. That to me, it's the same as a name change. Sometimes when people get married, their last name changes and they will gently remind for a certain amount of time. So it's always going to be up to me on how I respond if someone doesn't take to a change that I'm making. It could be as simple on a logistic or operational scale. It could be as simple as changing my pronouns in the signature. It could be sending an email out to all those I correspond with daily and saying, just to note, I've changed my pronouns and I now identify with these pronouns, and if you want more information, talk to me, opening that conversation up. There's a certain way about going about that. I think that you can invite conversation, and just be aware that if you do that, you may be inviting conversation, right? So if, you're really, low-key, if your pronouns are don't refer to me, then maybe that's something that you want to time up a little differently. But I think it's all about your approach and getting, I leave she, her, hers, I'm not offended by it. I don't feel misgendered by it. I do have Z, here, here's, and a lot of times people don't use that. However, it does invite conversation. So I know that, and in certain circles where people have known me as she for most of my life or their life, or the life of our relationship, then it's not a big deal. I don't want to stay there too long, right? So let's move on to whatever we're talking about or whatever's important in that moment. So and I'm gonna always say go back to relationship and how you want to continue that relationship or invite that conversation.
Well, thank you for that answer.
Sure.
So we are going to move on just because of time. I see there are a lot of attorneys in the audience. Obviously, it's the Ohio State Bar. So we want to get into the conversation of the name change, the legal name change process, okay? So what is a dead name, and what does that mean when someone uses the wrong name? If someone makes a mistake with names or pronouns, how should they handle that? You get to choose who starts this one off.
Well, a dead name is the name that someone was assigned at birth or given by others before changing it if you're transitioning, or if you have just decided that that name no longer works for you for some reason, to a preferred name, or better called the name you use, the pronouns that you use for proper identification, and it can be to reflect your gender identity. if you make a mistake when you're talking with someone and use the wrong pronouns, you use their dead name, you're using the wrong things that may upset them. I think the best thing is to apologize and move on. You don't need to make excuses, and just try to make sure that you address them appropriately moving forward. And if you have to make a note of that and write down, because you've got 50 clients and this one client we need to deal with in a particular way, then just try to make sure that you accommodate their needs and who they are and respect them in the future. Just one other comment related, I guess, in the sense of my own situation. I used these same pronouns for 60 years. I used he, him pronouns most of my life. And then I transitioned. So now I use she, her pronouns. I've changed my name. My dead name no longer applies to me. And I really appreciate it when people respond appropriately. One of the things that I think I've learned is that by transitioning at 60 years old, I learned about transitioning from people much younger than myself. And I am so, so thankful for that. Because if it had been a few years earlier, that those options would not have been available to me, and I couldn't have learned from them, and the openness that they show. So I'm just very thankful and appreciative that I had that opportunity.
I mean, I think you just covered that topic beautifully. Well, thank you. Look, check that off the list. So, how does sharing your pronouns as a matter of habit make a difference for others, especially for the cisgender members of our audience today? Amanda.
Yes.
I feel like the best teacher ever because you want to avert your eyes. Amanda, please.
Thank you. So as cisgender allies, it can be really important for you to just share your own pronouns as a matter of habit. Without cisgender folks also sharing pronouns, right? In a new group situation, a transgender or non-binary person may want to share their pronouns to make sure that they're gendered correctly. But if they are the only person that's going to do that in that group of people, it suddenly feels like, oh my gosh, I have to out myself right now. Mm-hmm. I have to, be the one person to offer pronouns. I have to potentially offer pronouns that someone isn't expecting for me to offer. And then I am the only person that has to field all of the questions from folks who haven't heard about this, asking, well, what does that mean? Right? What are pronouns? What are we talking about? When other folks in the room, when cisgender allies can step up and offer their pronouns just as a matter of habit, it then opens the door for them to be able to be the go-to people to ask those questions, right? Like, hey, I heard you offer your pronouns, what does that mean? And to do that emotional labor so that the trans and non-binary folks don't always have to, day in and day out, at every single event that they're at, right? It allows them to kind of fly under the radar a little bit better, offer their pronouns, and not be the only person, not be the one sticking out. I think it's a matter of habit for me at this point. When I introduce myself, I say, my name is Amanda Erickson, and I use she, her, hers pronouns. When I don't offer those pronouns, it feels weird. So when I'm training out in the community and I'm talking to people about pronouns, and they say, well, what do you mean we just say our pronouns? That's so weird. No, it feels weird because you've never done it before. And if you start practicing and doing it over and over again, and my name is this and my pronouns are these, it will feel so natural that it'll feel weird later on when you forget, right? Offering your own pronouns also lets all of the queer folks around you realize, like, light bulb, this person knows what pronouns are. And so if I have to come out to them, if I have an issue that I need help with, if I just want to share my pronouns as a they, them option or a neo pronoun option, I am relatively safe to do so, because when they introduce themselves with their pronouns, at least I know they know what pronouns are, right? And so we've signaled that little bit of safety, which can be really, really important also for LGBTQ youth that we're working with. They will look for that one safe adult who they know they can go to and trust for support, and it can really be as simple as just offering pronouns.
Awesome. And let me add something. As a queer human being, we've already done a lot of generational breakdowns when we get older about walking into spaces and how we take up space. So to walk in and have a cisgendered individual walk, I'm gonna use it this way, a cisgendered white man walk up to me and say, my name is, and my pronouns are this, that, the other, or whatever you identify as. To me, I've already come out 110 times today. So I am already, you've won my heart over because you see me as an individual. So I love that answer. So it just, because every day it's a fight. So I'm gonna continue because we have so much. Now, here is the real question. Each of us on this panel, what are your pronouns? Because I want us to all get used to that. So Micah, how do you identify as?
I'm Micah McCary. I use he, him, his as my pronouns.
Amanda?
I'm Amanda Erickson. My pronouns are she, her, and hers.
Kimberly?
I'm Kimberly Sue Griffiths. I use she, her, hers as my pronouns.
And Karen?
I'm Karen Hewitt. I use Z, her, here, and she, her, hers. Don't care how you use them.
And I'm Anissa Lever, Corey Williams. I'm Corey. I am he, him, his, always. You will never offend me. Trust me. People have tried.
That's right.
Doesn't really work so well with me. I'm just like, okay. Now, let's keep going. Do you think there's more LGBTQ plus members of our society than there used to be, or are they just more active?
Oh my goodness, I get this question.
Bam!
Where did all these transgender people come from?
just appeared.
And yeah, was there something in the water in the 90s, and now they're all popping up? But in reality, of course, we understand that it's a positive thing that we have more visibility and awareness such that people feel safer sharing their authentic understanding of themselves. So I always think that's a funny misunderstanding, but think about the human diversity that's always existed around us. Think about someone who perhaps in your hometown growing up didn't feel like they could be honest and open about their sexual orientation, and just recognize that we've always been here, and it's a great opportunity to dive into history of all kinds of subpopulations, but to recognize that, yeah, we've always been here.
Okay. So I am going to kind of move, okay? We are going to go into a deep dive into LGBTQ plus community. Let's talk about some issues that are related directly to the LGBTQ plus youth and how universities and schools are handling issues related to sexual orientation and gender identity and expression. So, question one, what should you do when a kid comes out to you, and how can you support the parents of their LGBTQIA children?
You should, number one, internally pat yourself on the back, because if they're coming out to you, you're doing something right. Number two, you can acknowledge the fact that there was some amount of bravery and courage that it may have taken for them to come out to you in this moment. Number three, you can ask who else knows this information. If you are the only person that knows this information, you get to hang on to that information with that other person and work with them as they continue their journey. It is never okay to out anyone without their permission, even if they are a young person. And number four, you can ask them, what can I do to support you? When young people are coming out to us, there is often a reason why. There is often, I need some kind of support. I need help coming out to my family. I need help dealing with an unsupportive teacher. I need help finding resources. Find out what that thing is. Sometimes it's just, I need somebody to listen and tell me that I am, a full, authentic person, regardless of anything else, right? I just need somebody to listen to me and tell me that it's okay. And sometimes there's an underlying issue that they need help with, right? There is a lot of debate and a lot of challenge around where do parents fall into this, right? And I think it's a cultural issue where we assume parents to be kind of almost like the owners or the ultimate controllers of the children in everything that they do. We get these internal feelings where it's like, oh, the parent needs to know 100% of everything that their child is going through or everything that their child is doing and thinking. And the coming out process is long and hard and a big journey. And for a lot of people, it happens very slowly, one person at a time. And so we have to be willing to respect the young person's wishes in how that journey happens, right? Again, it's never okay to out someone to anybody else without their permission, even if that person is a young person. So we can have those conversations and say, here are the reasons that I think that maybe we should pull your family members into this conversation. Here are the reasons that I think it might be beneficial to share this information with such and such other person, right? And the young person then has the prerogative to say, here are the reasons that I will not be safe if you pull my family into this conversation. Here are the security issues that I might have if we tell all of these other people. And so that has to be a nuanced conversation, and we have to trust the young people to make those final decisions and help us with that process. It's not our job to do it for them. It's our job to work with them and support them as they go through that process.
Okay. Karen, I'm going to start with you with this question. What are the resources available to support our LGBTQ plus students?
Kaleidoscope Youth Center.
Hey.
I was like,
What? Kaleidoscope Youth Center is amazing, and they work, with community partners throughout the state in terms of GLSEN and statistics and other folks. They actually have a resource page on their website, kycohio.org. It is very easy and accessible. You can also email Amanda at kycohio.org.
I brought business cards.
Super helpful in resources, and I think reaching out is always a great way to get information, because there's no real stupid question, honestly. It may be not the best question and the right timing for a certain individual to put emotional labor on them to make them answer those questions for you. But KYC is an absolute wonderful resource in terms of students, and they also are the hub for the GSA. And then I think you can find, community leaders. Equality Ohio is amazing. I think we all know that, around legal things in terms of understanding policy and what you can do in terms of personal activism, around calling legislature and all of those things in terms of political activism. And then I think, Google is a great resource, kind of. YouTube is actually better in terms of that, and you can find, there are groups. What was the one with the pronouns? But they have like a whole series of stuff that we use in some of our trainings that we used. Pop and Ollie.
Yeah.
So they have stuff, and those are some international resources, but they have like whole series of pronouns, different types of things. As you get more nuanced into these conversations, it's really about the relationship and what that looks like, because every single individual is going to need different things, and that's why we talk around equity versus equality, because different people are going to need different things along their journey, and if you're a safe space or a safe resource, it only takes one adult in a youth life to increase their chances of staying alive by around 40%. And so when you look at that impact of one individual, if you're being asked to be that one person, then you could take some time and dig into some resources and check, fact check, please, your information and your resources. But there are lists of resources on KYC's website. And the thing about KYC is a lot of people are like, oh, this is for youth. Well, a lot of that information is for adults. Youth actually don't have that big of a problem in terms of accepting each other. It's generally the adults.
Micah, I'm going to ask you the next question. Nationally, we've seen some recent proposed and now passed legislation that would prevent schools from discussing the topics related to race, sexual orientation, and gender identity. What does that mean for schools and for the students?
It's scary stuff. It's imagining that someone might be put in an unsafe situation because they've come out to a teacher inadvertently or intentionally, and then that teacher has been made to feel like they have to report this to a parent. And it's an interesting and challenging topic because we recognize that parents have a responsibility for making a lot of decisions for youth as they're growing up. And I think that those decisions can sometimes be shaped around like, well, you're gonna act this way, you're going to preserve the family's reputation in this way, and I think it can be helpful to kind of zoom out and even look at international trends here, like Turkey as a country bans LGBT content in commercials and books and magazines or anything that folks 17 and under might be exposed to because they want parents to be able to be the decision makers about when folks find out that not everyone is heterosexual or not everyone is cisgender. But when I think about even the personal damaging effects of not having visibility or discussion or education around anything LGBT. Did anyone get LGBT history in their K through 12 experience or any kind of LGBT inclusion when it came to the talk that you might have had in middle school? Mine was terrible and definitely assumed that everyone was going to be heterosexual. It was basically guys in the gym with the gym teacher and women with the reading teacher, and it was, you're gonna start to like girls and you're gonna get pubic hair, and that was about all we got. And that literally ended up leading me to a situation where I, not understanding that you don't get HIV, AIDS from kissing a boy on the lips, I kept it a secret that kind of ate away at me, thinking I was dying, and I would just kind of even want to bring that up because counseling is such a good and important resource that we need to destigmatize, and getting youth connected with a counselor can ensure that they have a confidential resource for talking about things. I was lucky as my parents were divorcing, so that's why I had a counselor, but she said, I think we might want to talk about some other things as well. But I really do want to make the point about how important it is to give folks access, youth especially, to confidential resources because you never know what they're struggling with on their own.
Okay, does anybody else have anything they want to add onto that?
Yes. The one thing I will ask is, as an adult learner, hopefully you're an adult learner, do you agree, and you can answer this silently, you can nod your head, you can do whatever visually, but have you agreed with everything you've ever read or viewed? Great. So when you think about that, and you think about these, if there are bills that are in the House or are moving through or have been passed, and none of the things that have been banned or said that can't be discussed, if none of those things impact you, then that speaks to a certain level of safety that everyone doesn't have access to. And so when you look at these policies that are being created and then passed ultimately, I think the thing about them is that they take power in a sense of, historically there's disparities obviously in places of power and influence and ability to write potential laws. And so are we considering how this will impact certain communities? And I don't think that is often the case. It's more from a fear-based perspective. And then around that, I also don't think that it considers how those things will be managed and navigated. I just was at a summit for OHSAA. I'm a former basketball coach and referee, and we were talking about some of these and how these policies will impact schools, and some of the laws actually are opposite or different than federal law. And so it becomes very challenging to try and choose which law we are going to adhere to as, school administration. And a lot of schools around the specific topics that have been discussed or banned even, those conversations aren't happening in elementary or high school. They're actually not happening. As someone who has a master's in diversity and inclusion, some of those topics that I know y'all already know I'm talking about, I start having those conversations until I was a sophomore or the second year of my grad school. And so when you're looking at those conversations and what those means, I don't know if there's accurate information backing some of those policies and things. And I think that's where the challenge comes in, because I don't know if someone like myself, would ever be in a place to be eye to eye with someone talking about the factual accuracy or historical accuracy of some of the context. And so if this is something you've never had to think about, just know that as someone personally who is in multiple diversity dimensions that is impacted by policies and laws like this, it is something that I have to think about and consider as I move and navigate the world, often, daily. So, yeah.
And Kimberly, did you have anything you wanted to?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Why don't I just do this by show of hands? How many of you are aware of the Florida so-called Don't Say Gay bill and the House Bill 616 in Ohio? Okay. I was going to kind of summarize those, but I don't think I probably need to for this group. I guess what I will say in connection with that is that please, now that you're aware of that, I assume you may have a position on it. If that position can motivate you to contact your legislators, to contact those who have influence, and try to support those organizations that are working with this issue, and I guess just trying to do what you can, what you're aware of, to try to prevent this from happening here like it did in Florida. Of course, the one here is far more pervasive. We're dealing not only with sexual orientation and gender identity, but we're also dealing with racial issues and banning concepts that have been left out of history far too long and are way past the time that we need to be including them in our teaching at as early an age as anyone can do, and do effectively in the sense that the students will understand. So I wanted to say that. And I'm jumping back here a little bit. There was just something I felt I needed to say with the, when you're working with children who have honored you to receive their trust in talking to you, there's three things you should do: listen, listen, and listen. Make sure that you determine what they need for support. Make sure you've been working to develop supportive trans and LGBTQ policies at your schools. Make sure that you're living in a safe and that they are living in a safe and supportive home environment, or by no means, if that is the case, that it's not safe, then disclosure to parents, which shouldn't be occurring without their permission in the first place, can put them in danger. Parents can support LGBTQ+ children also by listening, providing supportive mental and physical health care from culturally competent providers, like the Thrive program at Nationwide Children's. I love the mama bears and the papa bears and the tiger moms and dads who try to ensure and protect their and are supportive to their children. Octopus LLC is a partner with Trans Ohio, Equitas Health, and Equality Ohio and the Ohio Name Change Legal Clinic. And I've been doing that work for quite a while and frequently work with supportive parents of transgender and non-binary minors. There's little that brings me more joy than experiencing the understanding, the happiness, and the appreciation of the parents of the child who can now be affirmed in their own new name. So sorry to jump back on that. Also, the organizations that I wanted to mention, and I'll just run through them: Kaleidoscope Youth Center, I think that was maybe mentioned. GLSEN, Equality Ohio, Thrive program at Nationwide Children's Hospital, PFLAG, community-involved trans policy development and support through Columbus City Schools, individual school GSAs, Out of Love, Families and Friends of Transgender People, Transgender Children's Legal Defense Fund, and Centero's Celebrate Youth Support Groups. So there's a lot of them out there, as well as all the valuable information that you can filter and listen and see online. So, thanks.
Now, I'm going to start rifling questions. Because of time, I want to make sure that we attack parts to these questions, but know now that these are going to, yeah,
shuffling.
we could expound on these for a while.
Right.
So I'm going to start with Micah. Micah, in addition to your work at Ohio University, you're a city council member in Athens. Look at that. Is there work still to be done at the municipal level? And why does LGBTQ plus representation matter at the local level?
Matters for many reasons. Yeah, I've been serving on our council for almost a year now, and I'm very proud of Athens, Ohio, for the work that has been done around LGBTQ inclusion. Even prior to that, I've been in Athens for 18 years. It's got anti-discrimination protections, not just against, sexual orientation, but also includes like gender identity and expression, which is something that many municipalities can expand on. We've banned the practice of conversion therapy in Athens, but it's still terrible that it's legal in other places. Can you imagine someone being told that they are needing to pray the gay away or watch a bunch of heterosexual porn or snap rubber bands on their wrist every time they have a same-sex attraction? We need to definitely stop that from happening. And then I'm really proud of a group of Ohio University graduate students, student senate members, undergraduate students who formed a task force to work with the city on updating all of our municipal code to remove the gendered language that always refers to our mayor as he or him or his designee. And we're still policeman, and we know that we can update these kinds of terms so that people can see themselves potentially joining a legislative body in the future, and that visibility. We haven't had a person of color or an out LGBTQ person in decades, and I think that's it hurts. I would have wanted to be in a city for my undergraduate days where there was a queer person of color out in order, and maybe I would have joined sooner if I would have seen that path laid out as a possibility before me. So representation absolutely matters, and so does the work that any city can do to add protections for LGBTQ folks.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to Kimberly. How are transgender individuals treated by the justice system, especially when they've been incarcerated? And what services are available to them?
Although progress is occurring, state legislation, governor denials of transjustice school boards, governor denials of transjustice, the school boards, and overall bias by some courts and judges is running rampant across the country. This includes denial of gender-appropriate athletic participation, especially for trans women, denial of trans-appropriate mental and physical health care to minors, even extending up to and including age 24 in one instance, denial of gender non-binary and gender correction on birth certificates, denying care to patients for alleged reasons of conscience by healthcare providers and health insurance, denial of gender-appropriate restroom use in schools, Alabama, denial of preferred name and pronoun use in schools and businesses, and refusal to allow true racial name and pronoun use in schools and businesses. In the history, sexual orientation and gender identity to be discussed in classrooms. I previously mentioned the Ohio Name Change Legal Clinics. Some Ohio County probate courts are denying their authority to correct gender markers on birth certificates, and far too many black trans women are being violently killed because of who they are. You mentioned justice and services for those who are incarcerated. I currently facilitate support groups at 3 correctional institutions, 2 men's prisons and 1 women's. Most of those issues vary with the institution or are connected with PREA regulations. PREA is the Prison Rape Elimination Act. If an inmate is prescribed hormones and manages to stay on them until incarcerated, they will probably be able to continue. However, if this is not the case, obtaining a diagnosis of gender dysphoria and navigating the voluminous amount of red tape to begin HRT while incarcerated rarely happens and most likely will require lawyer intervention. Trans women who have been able to get issued appropriate gendered underwear can only get cheap, flimsy state-issued items and cannot order out of the catalog that if they were given the proper gender identification that they could then order. Trans men also have problems with this, and misgendering is common since far too many corrections officers are not culturally competent and seem to enjoy bullying. Very few institutions allow makeup for trans women. The prisons should be looking at each situation separately, but non-binary and trans inmates are almost always incarcerated with cisgender inmates who had the same sex assigned at birth as they do. Those who had gender confirmation surgery may be incarcerated based on their gender identity. but this is, even this is problematic. Name changes are rare but possible in some institutions. In a particular instance that I know of where HRT had been prescribed, and then they were allowed to pursue a name change. But it's, there's a lot of problems, a lot of things we need to move forward, and I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure that this the work within the prisons is happening. It is growing. Because it's more recently that I picked up more prisons to work with. But we need to, I think as a society, be more aware of our incarcerated siblings and help them out and try to understand what they are going through and how we might be able to remedy their situation or help to improve it.
Okay. Now, Karen, this is going to be a loaded one. Okay. Why is representation and visibility so important in positions of leadership and power when it comes to affirming LGBTQIA+ identity?
I think, moving from tolerance to affirmation, I was walking through the hallways and I saw tolerance and I was like, ugh. But, when we think about tolerance, if you think about coming to your home and, say someone is selling something or walking down the street and they come to your home, you might open your door a little bit and look out and let them talk and say what they have to say. To me, that's tolerance, right? And then letting them in your house and letting them have something to drink and sitting down and talking with them, that's affirmation. And so when I think about, a lot of times, people will talk about affirmative action or whatever, and there'll be a token person. And when we say token, we mean like you check the box. And so, I have diversity here because you have that one black person or that one person of color or, that one gender ambiguous person or maybe even racially ambiguous person there. And then you're like, we've done it. We've really done it. And I think when we talk about representation as a community, we're talking about, can I see myself there? And so that means across the diversity spectrum of over many different diversity dimensions, race, gender, sexuality, religion, ethnicity, class, all of those things, when we're looking at those things, can I see myself represented here? Is there a possibility? Is there something for me to strive for? Is there an opportunity for me for success here? And, it was mentioned around jobs being a big, at the beginning of today, it was mentioned around jobs being a great source to be able to pursue life, liberty, and happiness, really even financial security. And so a lot of times you'll see a lot of our young people be going into entrepreneurship because then they can make sure that there's safety there. And so when we talk about opportunities, I think it's very, very important to not only create space for people of multiple diversity dimensions to be present in your senior leadership, in whether it's in your firm, whether it's in politics, whatever that looks like, because the lived experience is different. And so I can talk all day about my lived experience, and you can only up to sympathize if you don't have the same, historical marginalizations that I have. And so what that means is we can build relationship and you can have maybe even empathy for me, but at the end of the day, you will never be in my shoes or be able to fully understand that. And so that diversity of thought, that diversity of lived experience is so important in creativity, in how you thrive as a business or as a firm or as a organization. It's very important to make sure that you have multiple different lenses. Homogeneity doesn't really help us do much in terms of advancement. It kind of keeps us where we're at, regardless of what that diversity dimension or whatever that homogeneity is. So just making sure that you're open-minded to that and inviting those different perspectives, because that's the other part of inviting people into the space. Don't invite people into the space if they're not going to be safe in the space. So make sure that the goal is to try to get from cultural humility and cultural competence to cultural responsiveness, where you know how to not only the terminology and the shared language, but you know how to treat people that are different than you. And so that's a big thing around representation that I am very passionate about, in terms of asking questions, building relationship, and affirming, not just tolerating.
All right. Here's another question, and we're going to kind of go quick, sir. And this is loaded. How has the movement for Black Lives Matter and racial justice and equity manifested in the LGBTQ plus community following the murder of George Floyd? And what is being done and what still is yet to be done? I know that I just started this at 20 minutes left. Wow. That's what I'm brilliant at Joseph on that one.
Okay.
Well, I'll try and be brief and just talk about intersectional activism and recognizing that we contain multitudes within ourselves. And my own intersectional identity is one of being male, one of being gay, one of being African American. That I work at a predominantly white institution where I appreciate how many of our LGBTQ faculty, staff, community members, they're trying to be allies in this intersectional way so that they recognize that we need to look at a person's totality and try to uplift them as much as possible. I think it's difficult for folks who don't have people of color in their lives to sort of learn how to be culturally responsive to the different challenges that are faced. So if you can form genuine friendships and listen to people's lived experiences, I think that's a really important first step.
Okay.
I'll talk to that a little bit. So the term intersectionality, and thank you for bringing that up, the term intersectionality was coined by Kimberly Crenshaw in 1989 around, it's a legal matter, so it was around racism. Someone was fired, discrimination, and it was like, it's not just race. And then it was like, it's a black woman, so it's not just sex. And so it talks about the cumulative impact. I'm pretty sure you all actually, generally people don't know about that, but in this room, I would hope people know about that. It talks about the cumulative impact. And I think what sometimes the conversation was pre-George Floyd and that case was around actively believing people when they were saying that different cumulative impact was affecting them around race, sexuality, racism, sexism, homophobia, right? And so when you add the cumulative impact of all three of those, we call those the big three in diversity and inclusion, when you add the impacts of all three of those, then it's hard to necessarily determine which angle it's coming from, right? You just know it as harm if you're experiencing it, and you don't always know in which direction or if it's a combination of all of those things. And that can show up in a lot of places. That can show up professionally, that can show up with how you're treated as an individual in the community, all of those things. And so when we talk about the cumulative impact there, I think what the George Floyd conversation and George Floyd's murder did was put it on camera. And so a lot of times people are saying things and they're like, oh, well, are you sure what happened before? We don't know all the facts, right? And meanwhile, someone's like bleeding out on the camera. But what this did was it gave us a very hard 8 minutes looking at an experience where someone could have not died. And what does that mean? And what all thoughts went into that in that moment and having the conversation around it. You're not gonna say, I didn't see that. You can't really say I didn't see that if you watch that video. And so the conversation shifted to a conversation that we've been having as people of color and Black communities for a long time around the impacts of certain instances. Now it's visible. And so that conversation started to bring to light, even with that being visible, even with people being able to see the video of, an experience that is really traumatic and killed someone, it still doesn't get the same traction in terms of belief. People are still having that cognitive, when I was talking about earlier, when I talked about resistance, there's no way that humans are that evil, right? Or that's really still happening in 2022. It is, and the hope is that we can still have conversations about what socialized messages we have underneath that allow us to put ourselves in a seat that judges or has conversations around the validity of someone's life and whether they deserve to live or not. And that shouldn't be the conversation. The conversation should really be what training, what things are in place to let people pause and remove that, even in life or death situations and interactions. But traffic stops should not become murder cases. And so how do we change that thought process instead of saying, well, I don't know what happened, or is there validity here? Yes, you want to get the facts as lawyers. However, you want to honor the dignity of the life first.
Okay, see, and there's more that could be talked about,
Yes.
for sure. Amanda, I'm going to come to you. We have a lot of professionals in the audience, including lawyers and social workers. Mm-hmm. How can these professionals best work with members of the LGBTQ plus community? What can they do if they have questions about identity or some of the topics that we've already discussed today?
Yeah. I think do your homework, educate yourselves. I think being at an event like this is a really fantastic way to get that education. Seek out more events like this because they do exist. We've mentioned Google a couple times. Google is great and also not great, but you can find a lot out there for that education that then develop your filter to find what's not as great, right? Karen mentioned some YouTube stuff earlier. Really seek out that education so that you are at least creating a baseline foundation for understanding what needs to be done. Once you have that baseline foundation, at that point it's okay to talk to your specific clients because there are things that are, different from person to person. Every LGBTQ person that you work with is absolutely not going to be the same or need the same support. And so finding out from them what it is they need or what they think you should be doing or what specific nuances might be there is really important. However, right, the other side of that is they're not there to educate you about the basic foundational issues that we talked about today or that you could find with a Google search. And so it's that two-way street, right? Like you can do the homework to get the information that you need to have that solid foundation to grow onto, and then they can help you out with the specific individualized support that they need to figure out how to build up from there. If the people that you're working with are young people, my answer is not different. We have to listen to and trust the young people that we're working with to also know what kind of support they need and what kind of education might help for you.
Okay. There's only going to be 2 more questions. How should professionals such as attorneys, social workers, or healthcare providers handle questions of confidentiality? For example, how should you handle a request for information about whether someone is trans when that information is not relevant to the case itself?
Don't.
I know, I'm just saying.
Don't.
Easy answer, let's keep going. In major cities in Ohio, there are a number of service organizations dedicated to the LGBTQ+ community. What does community outreach and support look like through the lens of Octopus, Kaleidoscope, and other community organizations, especially with regards to Ohio Trans? Where is there a need for additional support from organizations or volunteers in our community in either the cities or our rural areas in Ohio? That is a very loaded question. I will give you 5 minutes. Kimberly, you could go ahead and start.
Okay. So the larger cities definitely have more access to resources than the rural areas in Ohio. It's just, that's the way it is. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. Octopus LLC stands for Organizing Communities, Transgender Outreach, Promoting United Support. One way that we've been able to provide for other areas of the state is that now all of our Zoom support groups that I facilitate and our sponsor through for trans folks, for non-binary folks, for BIPOC folks that we represent, can be joined from anywhere in the country, actually, or anywhere in the state. When we return in person, I'm hoping to change that to hybrid so that we can continue to do that outreach. We had driven around the state and done the name and gender change legal clinics. And would go to a city and we were limited to the people there at that time and place who needed resources and who needed their name changes. Now we've been able to expand that by doing all of our name and gender change legal clinics through Zoom or through telephone calls in connection with that. And that's worked very well. We've added a lot of you as supporters for the Ohio Name Change Legal Clinic. We've added folks from other businesses here locally, and it's expanded greatly. So we're providing a better service by doing it online than we were in person. As much as it was exciting to sit down with people across the table and work with them, this is working much better. So I think we need to look at new innovative ways and maybe COVID, as bad as it was, maybe we have learned something from that. Hopefully we're coming out of that with learning something that can better allow us to expand our support across the state. Culturally competent healthcare providers are lacking in most rural areas. I'm hoping that we can eventually build a structure to better serve the needs of our community in all 88 counties in this way as well. I'm sure that, healthcare provided online has taken great strides to supporting that. Overcoming transportation barriers to attend conferences and pride events remains difficult for a lot of those folks in rural areas. Although I do see, and I'm encouraged that more pride events are popping up all over the state in areas that we maybe would never have guessed are going to have a pride celebration. It may be small, but it's an inroad. So I think that what we need to do is do a better job of looking at the rural areas and the communities where resources are lacking, determine what those resources are, and start finding a better way to deliver them.
Go ahead, Amanda.
I think Kaleidoscope has had a similar experience with suddenly everything going virtual after being 100% in person for a very long time. So our training has reached far more people in the past 2 years than we ever thought was possible because of Zoom. Same with our outreach. We do a lot of school advocacy through the GSA network. So GSA is a Gender and Sexuality Alliance, Gay Straight Alliance, some kind of LGBTQ student club. And Kaleidoscope Youth Center has been the hub for the Ohio GSA network for about a decade now. And we are able to, travel to any GSA that requests for us to visit, provide technical support, and we're also able to do that through Zoom. So that's what some of our outreach efforts look like in terms of young people. At the beginning of the pandemic, we moved our drop-in center from, our physical location to a Discord server, which was requested by a young person who was attending the center. He emailed me and said, "Hey, y'all should start a Discord server." And I was like, "Cool, grandma emoji. I don't know what you're saying to me." Like, what? And he explained what it was. And I was like, if you set all of that up and then give us the administrator rights and then explain to some of our staff how this thing works. And 2 years later, we still have young people popping onto our Discord server to have conversations. If y'all haven't heard of a Discord server, it's like the 2020 version of an AOL chat room. Right? And we can have security on it and have safe discussion group spaces that are text-based and all of that. So we are then able to reach so many young people outside of Franklin County that had heard of Kaleidoscope but were never able to come because they didn't have a ride, they weren't allowed to drive close to downtown Columbus, whatever reason that was. And then our training program, expanding to reach as many youth-serving professionals as we possibly can. We're really just trying to make sure that Kaleidoscope isn't the only place where youth feel like they belong, that they have met some other person along the way throughout their day, whether it was a teacher or a counselor, who has those basic best practices knowledge under their belt, and it's able to create those affirming spaces elsewhere, at school or wherever it might be.
Okay. I am going to ask the last question. One, this has been amazing, and I say thank you to everybody that's been participating in the panel right now. How is the current legislative climate affecting LGBTQ plus individuals, especially trans and gender non-conforming people of color? That is the last question we are going to leave
That's the
you
last
guys with.
question?
That's the last question that we're leaving with.
I think it's almost like sometimes you're just sitting there trying, imagine yourself sitting there having a great meal or, thinking about what you're going to eat next or maybe even where you're going to stay. And then boom, there's legislation that might impact your livelihood, death, or life. I think it's that egregious at times and that impactful. And so, when it already doesn't feel that safe in the world as someone who is, gender nonconforming, and any of my trans siblings that I contact and talk to, it's terrifying. it's terrifying. This legislature can be terrifying. That's what I'll say.
Okay. Kimberly?
Terrifying, devastating, a lot of terms we could use. The bills that we've kind of discussed or alluded to seem to be just filled with hatred for our community, and we feel like we're being used as a pawn politically sometimes, I think, and being used as an opportunity for certain constituents voting for people and trying to, we've got a common enemy. We've got the LGBT community or the trans community, or, probably even worse, racist type of situations, which are embedded in our whole society and embedded in the, the systemic issues that pervade our society, and can be seen in some of the bills like House Bill 616. People are contacting their legislators to protest, and I'm glad this is happening. Rallies are being planned, and some have already occurred. Equality Ohio and others are working to prepare for opponent testimony, if that should be the case, to discuss the issues with bill sponsors and committee members as things develop or the bills move forward, which we hope does not happen. But I think we're all aware of it, we're all dealing with it, but it wears you down. And, it's just, what are we going to, wake up tomorrow morning and what other bill is going to be out there? What another state passed something that threatens our existence, threatens our health care, threatens our education systems, and it's really enough. And so I would just ask that everyone try to, all of you, lawyers, social workers, healthcare professionals, everyone, try to focus on cultural competency training, try to build true understanding and adequately support the needs of the LGBTQ plus clients and patients that you have. Questions can be answered by reaching out to those organizations represented here and represented, that we've mentioned, and that you can find online. One thing that I do want to leave you with, since there's a lot of attorneys in this room, is there's a Transgender Law Center, which you can find online, has I would recommend that you read Tips for Lawyers Working with Transgender Clients and Coworkers. It's a great little brochure that has questions that you can learn from. So I'd highly recommend that. Thanks.
Amanda.
I think when I think about impact of the legislative climate, I also think about the rest of the climate of our communities right now, and that, there are really terrible bills on the table, right? And they might not pass. We hope they don't pass. And in a lot of ways, the harm has been done because that language is out there. Our friends, our family members, our young people are hearing that there are people out there that are saying that they should not exist. Literally, is what we're hearing. And we're internalizing those messages regardless of whether these bills pass. We've had folks, attend trainings through Kaleidoscope Youth Center who are just shocked at, how high suicide attempt rates are among LGBTQ young people, how high anxiety and depression is among young people. And sometimes we joke kind of internally, well, have you read the comments section on social media? It's not just about bills and legislation, it's about the general climate of these communities. And it really falls on a lot of us to try to be working to change those climates, regardless of what's happening in this building or what's happening in Washington, D.C. I think the messages need to change, the language needs to change for everybody.
Okay, and finally, you get to wrap us up, Micah.
Well, I'm thinking about fear. I'm thinking about homophobia and transphobia. That phobia part is about fear, and I think that this legislative environment is creating license for folks to kind of stoke those fears and say, oh, well, this is a dangerous population. We talked about intersectionality, and I'm thinking about trans women of color and the disproportionate homicide rates that they face, and that every fall we are honoring those lives lost through Trans Day of Remembrance. And I'm also trying to remain hopeful in spaces like this where we're having dialogue because we are faced with these realities, these threats, and hopefully many of you are taking some of these messages to heart and you're thinking about what you might be able to do to be the change you want to see in the world and take advantage of this as a kind of a call to action to figure out what's your role in this? And is it a conversation with a family member? Is it educating yourself? Is it, I love when people find ways to use their own talents and passions. I have friends who are into art, so they're starting after-school programs for LGBT youth to come together for art or for board games, and anything positive you can put out into this world to offset the negative, scary things that we've been talking about is worthwhile. So I want to thank you for your attention and hopefully your help.
Awesome. Well, guess what? That is our time for the first panel. Let's give a big round of applause for all of our panelists. Thank you so much for sharing your insight. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Amanda. And thank you, Micah. Now, let me go ahead and bring back your MC, Mr. Joseph Wenger. No, let's shake it. You're welcome.
Let's give one more round of applause to our first panel. That was such a great
You
discussion.
guys are amazing. All of you beautiful humans.
Thank you all for being here. So we are going to be moving to lunch, but before we do that, I have to plug the Ohio State Bar Foundation. If you're an attorney and you're interested in joining, please check out our website, www.osbf.org. It's that simple. Or talk to one of our people around the room who are here to help you with that. They've got name tags on. You can find them. So if you know OSBF, you know there is a plan for lunch. I know you all want to hear about it. We don't do anything without a plan because we're lawyers. So we're going to be dismissing you by rows. So if you're in the front, you're going to be dismissed up. Can the people who are going to be dismissing, can you raise your hands for us so they can see you? Okay, so we've got some fellows who are going to be dismissing you to lunch. For those of you who are in the back of the room, I would invite you to go up to the rotunda, check out the info tables that are up there. By the time you finish doing that, you'll be able to come back down and pick up your lunches. So we will dismiss you. We've actually ended a little bit early, so we're going to come back at 12:55. So just 5 minutes before 1, we'll all get back together. But if you would please go ahead and dismiss us out to lunch. Thank you for your attention. We'll see you back at 5 to 1. Okay, so we are going to get started again. Thank you for bearing with us during our little lunch break. Before we get started with our next panel, we are going to have a brief address from United States Senator Sherrod Brown.
Hi, I'm Sherrod Brown. It's a privilege to serve you in the United States Senate. Thank you to the Ohio State Bar Foundation, the class of 2021 fellows. Thanks to the panelists and the moderators and all the attorneys, social workers, and advocates in the audience. Thank you for your public spiritedness. Because of the work of activists like you in Ohio and around the country, we've made tremendous progress in our fight for equality. But I know our work is not yet finished. We live in the long shadow of decades of discrimination against the LGBTQ community who still face inequality in employment, in housing, in healthcare, in our justice system. We see renewed attacks against the LGBTQ community today, from the Don't Say Gay legislation signed into law in Florida, just unbelievable, and where are we as a country, to bills targeting transgender athletes here in Ohio. This discrimination is shameful. It must end. All Ohioans should have equal rights. All Ohioans should have equal treatment under the law, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity or gender expression. You are not alone in this fight. I'll continue to stand alongside you in our fight for equality. It means passing the Equality Act. It means ending conversion therapy. It means continuing to celebrate LGBTQ Americans and lift up your stories and your voices. That's why every year I work with Ohio activists to lead the Senate resolution as the prime sponsor recognizing June as LGBTQ Pride Month. Progress is never easy. We will not stop fighting until all Ohioans are given the support, the respect, and the equal rights that you all deserve. Thank you for making this fight always.
Thank you for that, Senator. We're going to get right back into it, and so I'd like to reintroduce, and I've always wanted to say this, back to you, Colleen.
And I'll say to you, that took too much time. 6 o'clock rolls around the same time every day. Good afternoon again, everyone, and we hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're going to be talking now with a pretty distinguished panel of professionals that I'm going to introduce to you, starting with my immediate right, of course, Chief Justice Maureen O'Connor of the Supreme Court of Ohio. Yeah. You know, she is not allowed to comment on any pending cases, and I'm not supposed to ask her questions and say things about pending cases, but let's just say hypothetically, there was a Chief Justice who stood up to people who were trying to deny voters' right when it comes to redistricting. Wouldn't you applaud that? Again, okay, that was just a hypothetical. Next, Judge Jeffrey Mackey. Oh, I thought I had them in order. I do not. But Judge Mackey with the Franklin County Probate Court. Camilla Taylor is with us. She's the Director of Constitutional Litigation for Lambda Legal. And to my far, far right, Raphael Davis Williams, the Director of Equity and Inclusion for the ACLU. I'm going to begin with a very general and broad topic and ask each of you to comment, if you would. We are seeing a lot of how do I want to say this? We've politicized a lot of these issues. As a result of politicizing issues, we are seeing legislation that seems to be politically motivated and possibly making people who are in the LGBTQ community vulnerable. So I would like each of you just to give me a comment of where you think we are now, politically, legally, and culturally when it comes to these issues, just your general feeling about the tone of where we are now. And I'm going to start with you, Chief Justice.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, the invitation. I appreciate it very much. I see a lot of people in the audience that I recognize, including some employees. So it's nice to see my employees here as well. And folks from the Bar Association, the Foundation, et cetera. I'm on a distinguished panel. I appreciate that. Where are we? What's being politicized and why? What isn't being politicized? Is the way I look at it. Everything is being politicized. Bail reform is being politicized. LGBTQ, education is being politicized, for gosh sakes. And why? Why is this happening? I think that's what we need to figure out. And you know why? Because it works. That's the problem, that over the last, I'm going to say 15 years, maybe, issues have come up for a political purpose that have no connection to, politics, should not have any connection to politics, and they become politicized, and it motivates people because with that divisiveness, what has to accompany it? Misinformation has to accompany it. So they go hand in hand. The divisiveness, the misinformation, the politicalization, you can't have one without the other. And You know, the LGBTQ issues, community is, you know, in the crosshairs when it comes to politicizing everything, you know, and why? Because it works. Because people are not informed. And so what's the challenge? The challenge is to get the right information out to people and have people, you know, understand. People have the misinformation debunked and have members of all communities of support to do that, not just the LGBTQ community speaking for yourselves. You've got to have people like me and people like, you know, Colleen and, you know, all kinds of, you know, folks to be out there, you know, talking in terms, people with credibility in other issues need to step up and use that credibility, use that capital, political capital, you know, to step up and, you know, challenge and debunk and remind people that we're all human beings and we all deserve to live, you know, pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And equality is part of that.
Thank you. Camilla, I'll ask you as well. From Lambda Legal, this is your life's work. What are you seeing as you look around Ohio and the nation when it comes to these issues being politicized?
Well, I join the Chief Justice in expressing gratitude for the opportunity to be here, and it's wonderful to see so many people here as well. I couldn't agree more with the Chief Justice's words. And those of us who remember the fight for the freedom to marry remember a time when state after state passed anti-gay constitutional amendments and laws targeting same-sex couples and their children for discrimination. And there are some colleagues here in the room, like Leanne Masucci, who worked together with Lambda Legal in order to help establish again and again. We had Ohio appellate courts clarify that these anti-gay constitutional amendments, for example, here in Ohio, did not preclude parents from the ability to establish legal relationships and custody with respect to their children. These were cynical, politically motivated attacks on the LGBT community with the assumption that they would bring a certain portion of the electorate out to vote if they were put on the ballot. And now we're seeing it again. We're seeing a new generation of these laws, except even more cruelly, they are targeting children often. They're targeting transgender children in many, many different ways, including bills that are proposed here. Bills that would prevent parents and children from being able to get the health care that their doctors determine is medically necessary for them. Some of these bills would make it a felony for parents or for doctors to provide such health care to children, even though the consensus of the medical community is that this health care is absolutely essential for them. We're seeing bills that would target trans children and prevent them from playing sports, playing on athletic teams. And here in Ohio, just last term, we saw a measure that was sneaked into a budget bill at the very last minute that invites discrimination by healthcare providers in a particularly cruel way. It says that any healthcare provider that even has a moral objection to providing healthcare for a patient doesn't need to participate in providing that care, doesn't even need to take records, doesn't need to provide prescriptions, does not need to tell anyone that they're refusing to provide that care, and can veto another healthcare provider at that same institution from stepping in and providing the care that they refuse to provide themselves. The patient simply has a right to seek health care at another institution, to be told that. This will result in people being hurt, and some will even die as a result of being refused medically necessary health care. This measure says that a healthcare provider cannot be made liable for a refusal to provide care in this way. In our view, it violates all sorts of Ohio and federal constitutional guarantees, including the single subject rule, the Establishment Clause, and of course it will result in discrimination. So there are a number of things that we're deeply concerned about, and the courts again and again have been stepping in to hold some of the worst measures at bay. They've done so historically. They're doing so in Texas and in other places where these healthcare bans have gone into effect. It's yet another time when lawyers play a particularly important role.
And with that, we're going to move on to Judge Mackey, who is seeing this more on the local level, but certainly throughout your career, you've seen some big changes when it surrounds the people politicizing these issues.
Yes, thank you, Colleen, and thank you to the Ohio State Bar Foundation for having this. I'm flabbergasted by the attendance we have here, so this is awesome. The politicization of these issues certainly has a personal impact on me, as well as my role as a judge. And as a judge, I'm not allowed to discuss political issues and things of that sort. I could be disciplined. We don't want that happening. The Chief Justice here, she does not want to see me come to her court. I don't want to get anybody to squeal on me.
She's taking notes.
She's taking notes. This is all being recorded. So I'll kind of talk more in generalities. But in terms of elective politics, because that's part of what we're referring to, I was a probate lawyer here in Franklin County for 38 years before I ran for probate judge. I was elected 2 years ago. I was the first openly LGBT judge elected in Franklin County, a county of 1.4 million people. In my campaign, in my election, that issue was not raised at all. Certainly in Franklin County, that's an election issue that really nobody seems to care about. I don't know that that's the case in all 88 counties. So that was not an issue for me personally in my campaign. When I went on the bench a couple years ago, I had a perspective of my 38 years in probate practice, and most of you probably don't know much about the probate court. Probate courts are courts of specific jurisdiction. We don't hear criminal cases. We don't hear money disputes, lawsuits. We do certain things, estates, guardianships, adoptions, name changes, marriage licenses, psychiatric involuntary commitments. And it's just weird how a kind of a boring court like the probate court seemed to have been kind of a flashpoint for a lot of these LGBT issues over the years. Who would have thought? And some of the issues that come to mind, and I'll mention them kind of in chronological order, name changes. I'm not going to get into the details of all of these, but name changes. You had a same-sex couple before marriage equality, and they wanted to have the same last name. Who would have thought that was a big deal? Name changes. Adoptions. Well, adoptions are a big deal. They're a big deal for a lot of people, and for same-sex couples before marriage equality, the laws in Ohio and most other states were pretty restrictive on allowing same-sex couples who are not married, or even if they were married legally in a different state, it wasn't recognized in Ohio because of Issue 1, our constitutional amendment. So adoption, who knew that was such a political issue? And then, of course, we had the big, the big 400-pound gorilla, or whatever the expression is, that's marriage equality. So marriage equality was a big issue because the probate court is where you get your marriage license. So before the Obergefell decision in, I believe that was 2015, we used to have, the residents of Franklin County used to come down to the probate court on Valentine's Day, and they would have kind of a protest. They would go to the marriage counter and they'd try to get marriage licenses, and they had to be told, I'm sorry, you can't get a marriage license. And so that was kind of an annual protest in a good way over marriages, marriage equality. Well, that was resolved in 2015, which resolved some of these other issues, such as the adoption issue. Now that you have married couples who are legally married, they have different rights than they used to have. All right, everything seemed well and good, Now we have this other issue which has surfaced in the political arena, and that's the issue regarding the trans community, the transgender community. Gender marker changes on your birth certificates, I can certainly talk about that in more detail later, and I know Lambda Legal and ACLU were the lead plaintiffs in the federal lawsuit that put Ohio in the position where they had to allow applicants to change their gender marker. And in case you didn't know, there are 50 states. I know you know there's 50 states. But did you know, this is not a test, Ohio was the 49th state to allow this. So I was like, we're number 49, yeah! I think only Tennessee prohibits it now, and I'm not sure where they're at. But it took Ohio a long time to get to that point, and they were forced to do it by the federal court. So the gender marker change and some of the politicization of the trans community is kind of where we seem to be heading next. Fortunately, the probate courts, we are not there advocating anything in a political sense. We are there hearing cases on a case-by-case basis as they come in. So we see this as it impacts individual people. Married couples now who want to do their adoption, somebody in the trans community that wants to change their gender marker. And these are all happening, certainly in my court in a very routine way and in a very fair and equal way. And I'm really proud to say that the Franklin County Probate Court is, as far as I'm concerned, the leading probate court in Ohio, and we've taken a kind of a lead role on a lot of these issues. I'm not sure I've convinced all of my other 88 county probate judges to do what we're doing, but I think that we are having some impact. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Raphael, you are with the ACLU. You, as well as Lambda Legal, you've been at the forefront of these legal fights, but you continue to see as well that everything's politicized, right?
Absolutely. And I will start also by thanking Colleen and the State Bar Association for this event and for the invitation. And it is, I'll take those as you presented them, politically, legally, and culturally. And I'll take them in reverse order because culturally, I will say, look at this room. This room screams what's going on culturally, because there was a time not very long ago, I've been an Ohio resident for about 14 going on 15 years, and when my husband and I moved here, Ohio had the second worst DOMA law in the country. The opportunity to have a meeting like this, with the rainbow flag and LGBTQ plastered all over the State House was unthinkable. And that was just a very short period of time. So culturally, that's where we are. And it is not just the individuals who are in this room. Each of you know someone, have friends, have family, have neighbors, have church members, and all those things across all 88 counties. And so where we are culturally, that's what's moving us. What's happening, though, from the legal part and the politicization part are connected, because what is happening politically, in my opinion, we have, there are people who see the writing on the wall. They see a meeting like this. They see a conference where people can be out and be themselves. They see parents who are supporting their transgender children instead of kicking them out of the house. They see people who are wrapping their arms around LGBTQ people, and that scares them because that's not where they are. And so what I say is happening politically, we are seeing the death throes of a segment of our population who doesn't want to see this. And all this is an affirmation of how much and how far we've come as a society, where it doesn't matter, why do I care with whom you sleep? Why do I care how you are raising your child? This idea, from a political standpoint, that hypocritical is that's one word that comes to mind. Several do, and I have to remember my audience here. But it makes absolutely no sense on one hand to say, government hands off, we don't want to do anything like this. But we are down to the point where we're going to tell a parent how what they can say to their child and the health care they can provide to their child. That's ludicrous. So from that perspective, and it goes back to the legal part where we have been at the forefront of a lot of the battles in the courts. But because of the politicization of some of these issues, now we have to be careful about where we are with the courts, because the courts are changing. In fact, the federal court system is not what it was when I was litigating as a civil rights attorney. And now we have to make sure that we are looking to state courts. But what it really says, what it really means is that each of the individuals in this room, you have an obligation, you have a responsibility to go out and make sure that you are making sure that those people who think like you, who look like you, who love like you, are in a position to make sure that they are casting votes that are going to put people in who are going to benefit, who are going to work on your behalf, on what's beneficial for you and your family. That starts with the Ohio Fairness Act. There's a ton of things that we could go through with that, but the politicization comes from the fact that the culture has not just changed, and we can't roll this back. We can't put this as the opportunity to revert. We are not going to go back to this supposed idyllic time where gay people are in the closet, where transgender people don't exist. That's just not going to happen. So we are moving forward, and that's what's driving the politicization, in my opinion.
I think I agree with you. In fact, I do agree with you. But before we talk about some of the cases that are pending now and some of the statutes, we should talk a little bit about cases that got us to where we are. I know not everyone in this room is an attorney. There were two major pieces of legislation. One was called, two major cases, Bostock, Masterpiece, Cake Shop. Even if you weren't an attorney, you probably heard about that. The baker who did not want to make a cake for a same-sex couple. And then there was the Harris Funeral Homes case versus the EEOC. In that case, it was a transgender employee who transitioned while they were employed there, and once they went from male to female, they lost their job. So these two cases, I'll start with you on this, Camilla. I know that Lambda Legal took some strong positions on cases like this. How important is it when what seems to be a simple employment case gets to a high court and changes the narrative about the way employers can treat people of transgender or gay?
Well, thank you. This was a tremendously important case, Bostock, and the issue was whether Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination in employment on the basis of sex, among other things, whether that must be read to prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity as well, because those are both forms of sex discrimination. And it was ultimately a very conservative argument that we made to to various courts around the country for decades, and eventually some federal appeals courts began to agree, and then the Supreme Court did just a year ago about. And the argument was this: if you are a gay person and you are discriminated against because you are a man and you are in a relationship with another man, then you are being discriminated against because of your sex, because but for your own sex as a man, you would not be experiencing that discrimination. Similarly, if a transgender person is discriminated against because they announce to their employer that they henceforth would like to be referred to as a different sex, and that's their identity, and that's who they are being discriminated against because of their sex as well. But for their sex, they would not experience that. So the Supreme Court ruled that these are forms of sex discrimination, and by consequence, they are already prohibited as a matter of federal law. This was a particularly wonderful result. A lot of people had argued that the Supreme Court should not rule this way. They'd argued that the legislature in 1964, when it added sex to the Civil Rights Act, couldn't possibly have meant to include trans and gay people as part of the protection of that statute. But it was a very textualist answer that they got, which was, well, if the statute says what it says, and there can be unanticipated consequences. We don't look behind the statute to legislative history when the statutory language is clear. Title VII is just one of the many federal laws that prohibits sex discrimination. There are federal laws that prohibit discrimination in housing based on sex or credit, and in the provision of health care. And Title VII usually has been interpreted in the same manner as those other prohibitions on sex discrimination. Title IX is another example of a federal law prohibiting sex discrimination. So this understanding of the law in Bostock, this interpretation from the Supreme Court, is going to have a huge impact, not just in federal employment, but in other contexts. And I just want to say very briefly, it does not, however, supplant the need for state prohibitions that are explicit based on sexual orientation and gender identity, and that work has to continue. The Equality Act remains extremely important too, because it would make clear that discrimination in public accommodations and in other contexts is prohibited too.
That brings me to a question for you, Chief Justice, because I'm sure you follow cases like this. Everyone was following that case when it got to the High Court. How soon is it when you realize, okay, now changes have to be made in Ohio? Procedurally, how does this work when it gets to the state courts?
Well, let's think about how you approach cases in court, specifically probate court, when some of the results are written in stone by case law. The gender marker, name changes, same-sex marriage, those are all, as Judge said, probate issues. And so the Supreme Court provides forms that the courts use, and prior to the decisions, they had designation of that would indicate male-female is what was anticipated by the use of the forms. The day the ruling came out on same-sex marriage, I ordered that the forms be changed to reflect that, and they were. And those are the Supreme Court forms, and under the rules of superintendents, those forms those are the, when I say the very minimum that you can have in one of your forms. Probate courts can add things to them if they want to do so, but they have to use the designations that the probate court, or excuse me, that the Supreme Court. So it's imperative that a state court, a Supreme Court, would do what I consider the nuts and bolts of the implementation of the consequences of those decisions, so that people can go up to get a marriage license, and they don't have husband and wife. They don't have designations that are, I guess, gender specific. For example, they pay attention, and in many ways they honor the equality of all people by not having those designations on those forms. So it was important. It was important to me that we changed forms as soon as those cases came out.
Are you sure you're a Republican?
I don't think I am anymore.
That was just between us kids, by the way. So Judge Mackey, of course, this changed so much for you. And we were speaking earlier, and what I found interesting is you said the probate judges around the state maybe are not embracing this. When you get into some of the outlying counties, the Supreme Court, as you said, they've made it for you. They give you these forms. They help you do your work. Is it easier for you? Why isn't it easier for everyone else?
That's an excellent question.
Thank you.
We do have 88 counties, and we have at least 88 different probate judges.
Actually, there's 89 because there's 2 in Cuyahoga County.
That is true. So that's why I said at least. But we do have 88 counties. And this federal lawsuit, again, that was filed, the lead plaintiffs being Lambda Legal and the ACLU, this was the Ray versus McLeod case, federal court case decided by Judge Michael Watson, who used to be a judge here in Franklin County, who is a pretty conservative Republican. Mm-hmm. But he issued the ruling in the federal court that the Ohio Department of Health could not prohibit individuals seeking gender marker changes. And again, as I said, we were the 49th state to do that. The decision's fascinating. For those of the lawyers out here, you might want to read the decision, because Judge Watson's decision is, I think, very spectacular. He's pretty conservative, but he just struck down every argument that the state of Ohio made, and the state of Ohio did not appeal that decision. Therefore, the Department of Health was supposed to change their process to allow, in essence, transgender people to change their gender marker on the birth certificate. Okay, big deal. Who cares? Apparently some people do, but who cares? Then the Department of Health, for some reason, kicked this around for a long time and then said, you know what, we're not going to do that. We're going to let the probate judges deal with that. We didn't see that coming. Seemed fairly simple to us, and Franklin County and some of the other counties, the larger counties, Cuyahoga County, we came up with procedures to do this. It didn't seem to be that complicated. It's in a birth correction, so you're correcting your birth certificate, which can be corrected for a variety of reasons. Maybe your mother's maiden name was spelled incorrectly. There may be some very simple reasons, but we, considered a gender marker change to be a birth correction. Okay, federal court said we should be doing this. Probate judges were somewhat resistant, some of them. Supreme Court, thank you, Chief Justice. Supreme Court changed their standard probate forms, sounds like something we should be using, standard probate forms, to say this is the process those applicants should use. It's the process some of the larger counties were already doing. It's not that complicated. But strangely enough, some of the counties, the judges were saying, well, we don't have any statutory authority for this. We want the legislature to change the statute. Well, that's never going to happen. So I was invited to speak to the Ohio Probate Judges Association meeting a couple months ago, which was a great honor, because being a fairly new judge to speak to that group was an honor. And I spoke on the topic of the gender marker changes, and basically was expressing to these probate judges, this is not that hard. Here is how you do it. And not only did you have a federal court saying doing, you have the Ohio Supreme Court saying here is the way in which you do it. Seems like a done deal to me. I got rave reviews on my presentation, but when I talked to some of my colleagues afterwards, I said, do you think I changed any hearts and minds? And they said, no. So I'm not sure what they're doing. Some of these judges who are reluctant, again, they're all fine people. I said, well, how many of these cases have you had? And they said, well, I haven't had any yet, or I had one. And I said, well, we get about 10 a week in Franklin County. We run them through in a very simple process, simple and fair process. We don't require hearings. We don't require things that some other courts may require. We have not had any problem with this. It is a process that, and again, I've had some other judges say, why do you care so much? Why do you care? Saying to the judges who won't do this, why is this so personal to you? I do not have an answer for that. Only you can look into your own hearts and come up with why you think that would be that some judges would be refusing to do this. As a slight side note to that, in Ohio you can change your gender, but only to either male or female. We do not have non-binary as a category, or none or other. There are a minority of states that do allow maybe like non-binary, and strangely enough, I think it was it Oklahoma, I think, that allowed people to choose other options, including non-binary, and a law I think may have just been passed in, I believe it was Oklahoma, to prohibit that. Now again, why do they care? Why is this so important to those legislators in Oklahoma? I do not know. But in Ohio, you only have two options, male or female, and that's how it is in most states. But I think it shows the politicization of some of these issues. Any way they can turn this into a more political issue that perhaps they can use in the elections, they will do so. Fortunately, we have not had that particular issue in Ohio. But this case, the Ray versus McLeod case, is a fascinating example of how a clerical change could have a huge impact for some individuals. This is not something people do lightly. In my research for my talk to the probate judges, I was kind of curious, well, how many transgender people are there out there? I don't really know. It's a hard thing to poll, but seems like the best guess is, not guess, based on surveys and whatnot, is perhaps slightly more than 1% of the population is transgender. Well, there's 11 million people in Ohio. That's what, 110,000 people in Ohio that perhaps identify as transgender? Well, that's a pretty significant number. 1.4 million people in Franklin County, that's like 14,000 people here. If those individuals are allowed to change their gender marker because that's how they identify, why would I as a probate judge say, no, you cannot do that? So it's a clerical change, if you want to think of it that way. Probate court forms, standard probate court forms for change, but it has huge impact to those individuals who now have a better sense of themselves. And so I'm proud that we've been able to, here in Ohio, through the efforts of the Supreme Court and some of the probate courts, have made that impact on that group of individuals.
It's life validating for a
Yes.
lot of people,
Yes.
what you're calling a clerical change. And Raphael, I see you want to comment on this. And I also, after your comment, I want you to comment on some of the pending legislation here in Ohio, including House Bill 616. But weigh in on this first.
Sure. It is, I just wanted to say, it's more, respect to Judge Mackey, it is more than clerical because the clients that we had were trying to, one individual I remember specifically needed to get, was a truck driver and needed to get updated driver's license. And where you go when you are getting your driver's license, you need another form of identification. Well, you have one form of identification that says male and one form of identification that says female, and then they say, well, what does your birth certificate say? And that puts people's lives in danger because that individual had to, when trying to go to different truck stops and these things, that's how they make these decisions based on that. And that's someone's life that's in danger there. So it is a simple clerical change, but it actually affects people's lives. People are in danger. House Bill 616, the idea that we are that transgender individuals have, that again, it's one of those questions where you have to say, what is the motivating factor here? Are we really, what are we really concerned with when we are making it difficult for kids, they are kids, to play in sports, to participate in activities that every other high school person did, as their authentic selves. That's really where it comes in. And I will tell you, I did not come out until I was 27 years old. I spent the bulk of the first part of my life petrified that anyone was going to find out, and that's from my family on over, would find out anything that was negative about me. And here we have individual families who are embracing their children, saying, here, be on the swim team, be on the track team, or do these things, and we're going to legislate against them to tell them they cannot do this simply because of who they are. We were talking earlier. There is no joke. There is no question, I should say. It is almost an insurmountable hill to climb here in the Ohio legislature, as it is currently constructed. But we have a hypothetical Supreme Court justice that is doing everything to make sure that we change the way that these districts are drawn so that individuals are able to get representatives who are there, who are concerned about the well-being of their constituents and not their personal agendas. At the ACLU, we protect and expand civil liberties, civil rights, and racial justice. That's what we do. We don't say based on what you look like. We don't say based on where you come from, who you love, and all of those things. And that, when you get down to it is pure, unadulterated discrimination against someone simply for being. And that's where the problem comes.
And I see you, Camilla, nodding as well, because these issues. This is an Ohio issue right now, and it's just a proposal, House Bill 616, but it's a proposal that one imagines will get a lot of support in these buildings, that there will be a lot of people who say, yeah, that we need to legislate this, from a legislature that has not followed a Supreme Court order on school funding for 2 decades. So when you look at this, I'm not allowed to be political, so don't. But when you look at this, you must think, okay, what can we do in Ohio to change this narrative and the path that this bill it might be going down?
Well, I have a little bit of a story, I think, that's related to this, because Ohio is not the first state to consider passing a law that targets transgender children for preventing them from joining athletic teams. West Virginia passed one, and we filed a lawsuit on behalf of Becky Pepper Jackson. a little blonde, blue-eyed girl who was also transgender. She's 11 years old. She wanted to play on the cross country and the track team of her middle school, and we sued on her behalf. We succeeded in getting a preliminary injunction preventing the law from taking effect as to her. And in discovery with the state of West Virginia, we discovered that state officials were unaware of any other transgender athlete, middle school or high school, in the state at all. This law affected only Becky Pepper Jackson, according to the state officials of West Virginia. And Becky, who came in something like 123 out of 150 kids in her last track meet, is not preventing any other girl from participating on this team. She's not hurting anyone. She formerly participated in the cheer team. She simply wants to have the experience of having teammates, of competing. And the cruelty of passing a law that impacts in West Virginia precisely one person, to exclude them and to make them feel different and an outsider and as though they should be ashamed and that there's something wrong with them, is just heartless. And so I encourage Ohioans to think about what the consequences would be for kids in this state, and just how needlessly cruel this sort of legislation is. It protects no one, it just hurts.
One of the things that I know personally, because I have grandchildren, is they play on teams that have both genders on the team, boys and girls. My grandson plays hockey. His teammates are girls, and quite frankly, they're better than he is. He's not going to watch this. But so I don't understand the justification when we have equality now voluntarily in so many communities with so many different sports. And I mean hockey, baseball, soccer, you know, and I don't get it.
That brings to mind, Justice O'Connor, I've been interviewing people who are on the ballot, including justices, and some of them describe themselves as a textualist or as a strict, they strictly follow the statutory language, they're language interpreters. But when you are getting cases that involve people, how difficult is it for you, for other members of the judiciary, to look strictly at the law as legislators wrote it against your feelings of what the impact will be on the plaintiff or the defendant in the case, what it does to people?
I think you can imagine what what the outcome is going to be, but as judges, you're supposed to just apply the law as written, and the consequences are not your concern. That's hard for somebody like me who's never seen a problem I don't want to solve for somebody, and that's why I became a public servant, in order to serve the public. There have been times when I've been accused of overstepping the limits of the legislation or the directive or whatever is being. But I can't say that I've got a philosophy that I'm going to always look behind and to the intent of the law, and that's going to be where I'm going to go, because that's not it. I mean, I've certainly made decisions that were gut-wrenching that I had to make because that's the way the law was written, whether I liked it or not. A lot of times in those decisions, I added the admonition to the legislature, or maybe the request, please change this law because this is a consequence that you couldn't possibly have, intended to have. So I would definitely not consider myself a textualist or an originalist or, any of the other badges that people like to wear. I think sometimes that approach to the law becomes robotic. And I often say, why don't we just have computers and save all the money and for the benefits and the salaries, and we just have computers decide these cases. I say that jokingly, but so I don't believe in that kind of boxing yourself in as a judge into those kind of cubicles. Even Scalia, who is the champion of the originalist, etc. Somebody asked him a question about it, but he gave him a hypothetical and said, how would you look at that, given, I really should have a better foundation for what I'm telling you, but it actually, somebody asked him, under these circumstances, how would you apply your originalist theory to, the interpretation of law? He said, well, I may be a originalist, but I'm not crazy. In other words, I wouldn't use my originalist in order to analyze this problem. So I think that gives judges like me a lot of encouragement that you see it, you understand what the textualists are saying, the originalists are saying, but I don't abide by it. I mean, I don't embrace it for myself.
Judge Mackey, you were the first openly gay, I believe, judge on the Franklin County Court. How important is it to have representation of the LGBTQ community, not just in the judiciary, but in elected office? How important is it for maybe people to step up who say, I want things to change, well, run for office? How, from your perspective, how important is that?
This answer might kind of shock you, but I'd say I don't think it's really that important because it was not an issue in my election. Since I was elected, there have been several more LGBT judges elected in Franklin County. I didn't open the floodgate. They're qualified people. They got elected on their qualifications, not on their sexual orientation. I think that would be the case with me. Since we don't set policy, my sexual orientation in theory is irrelevant to my responsibilities as a judge. Might be different for a legislator. They're making policies, and some of them, as we've discussed, have a basis that maybe we wouldn't agree with, but people might want to elect that legislator because they have the same philosophy on these different issues. I don't think people necessarily elect judges on that basis. We can't run saying, I will rule this way in this type of a case. We're prohibited from doing that. So I think in a judicial setting, certainly here in Ohio, the answer is no. I mean, am I a role model? I would say, oh, heaven forbid, I don't really think I'm a role model, but maybe I am. I know a lot of people in the LGBT community were very excited about my election. It was, it was kind of a big issue of discussion in that community, but not beyond my community. I ran against a sitting incumbent who'd been on the bench for 10 years, who was very well liked. He spent about 10 times more money than I did in the election. And I won by 8 points. So I won a substantially large victory, I think, based on other reasons other than my orientation. So I don't know if that answered the question or not.
I think it does. And Raphael, I saw you nodding your head. I think that from the perspective, he's right, he's in the judiciary. Until this year, judges would run without even an R or D behind their name in the general election. We weren't supposed to know their political affiliation or what they might rule because of their background. But in the legislature, that's a different story, isn't it?
Absolutely it is, and not just in the legislature, but beyond, in the corporate world, in education, in so many different areas. We've entered into this space of DEI, which is essentially my job, and there are so many different acronyms. We have JEDI and all these other great things. At the ACLU, we say equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. And it is at the belonging that all of this, it's the intersection of belonging where all of this comes together. And you can't have belonging if you don't feel, well, let me back up and say belonging is the idea that you fit in, that you belong where you are. So as a transgender person, whether you're on the judiciary or you're working at the local grocery store, if there's no one else who looks like you, who acts like you, who loves like you, who has anything, you don't feel like you are able to belong. And that's where it becomes important. And the legislature specifically, just you know, to the point that there was only one individual in West Virginia affected by that particular law, that's where you are. If you are standing in the legislature and you know you have an uncle, a cousin, a sister, a brother, you know, someone, and I hate to really go there because it shouldn't take that close of a familial tie to have the humanity to want someone to simply feel like they are a part of the community that they are living in. So yeah, it is extremely important as these particular laws are coming down, because you know this law in Florida, which is utterly ridiculous. You know, I won't get us too far afield, but you know, with the CRT things, all of these different things they just don't even make sense, and it is an indication of a lack of exposure to the rest of the world. If you've lived in a bubble and you believe that that is the only way that is allowable to exist, then that becomes a problem. And that's what we are. We are focused on belonging. All of the others, we need them. We need equity, we need diversity, we need inclusion, but we need people to feel as though they belong, because once they feel like they belong, then they are able to bring their full, authentic personality themselves to whatever it is they're doing. And that just elevates everyone. Everyone is then operating at their highest level.
You know, I have a friend that some of you know who are from Central Ohio, Gail Hogan, who also used to be an anchor here. Her son works for that show, Chicago Hospital, and he got his first writing credit and wrote one of the scripts, and I interviewed him about it, and he's very nice, young, and he identifies as queer. And I said, you know, what's your ultimate goal? And he said, I just want to see a show where the gay character can be a lead and not be the ridiculous sidekick, where the gay character is accepted as having romance and having drama just the way the other characters on the show do. And as you talked about that acceptance, the reality is the things that we're talking about today, the reason they have been politicized is, as Chief Justice pointed out, it's popular. Mm-hmm. There are people out there in our state, our neighbors, who are agreeing and nodding their heads to critical race theory, transgender legislation. So how do we, Camilla, what do we do, or what should be done to really change? You're almost asking people in parts of this state to change their thought process. Politicians are doing this because it's getting them votes, right?
Well, I was struck by something Raphael said a little bit earlier about the courage that it takes sometimes to come out. And so many LGBT people over the last couple of decades have exhibited courage in coming out and in living authentically and bravely and being who they are. And we've gotten to a point when I think it's very difficult for Americans to say, I don't know any gay people. And that serves as some measure of protection. Of course, there will still be assaults, and there will still be things that we'll need to roll back, and there will still be times we'll need to stand up and say that's not right. But the legislation that we are seeing right now is targeting the most vulnerable members of our community, those who vitally need gender-affirming healthcare, transgender kids. And it's doing that, I think, because our society has yet to be introduced to transgender people and to get to know them in the same way that it has learned to know and love gay people over the last couple of decades. And once we get to a point where society understands that these are members of our community, they're our neighbors, our family members, our friends, it becomes very difficult to put that genie back in the bottle, and it becomes very difficult to target this community in the same way. So I am optimistic that we will get there, but I think that the courts and the legal profession will have a lot of work to do. We need to hold the breach until we get there. We've got a big role to play in protecting these most vulnerable people until our society changes.
Well, I'm old enough that knowing someone who was gay when I was in high school was, it was still shocking. And not only am I old enough, I'm Catholic enough that it was still, and people didn't acknowledge it, people didn't talk about it. So we certainly have leaps and bounds. But I will ask you this, Chief Justice. Does it look to you, as we see the legislation that's being introduced and accepted and promoted around the country, are we regressing?
I hope that that's not what this means. And I hope that, I want to say that we have this legislation that's been introduced in Ohio, just like some other legislation that I think is divisive, that is now in committee in the legislature, and it hasn't gotten out of committee. And I'm optimistic, maybe foolishly so, that it's just being introduced as a placeholder, as a thing that the legislature or the people that signed on to it, they can say, see, constituents, I've introduced this, I've supported it, and I've done my part. And now, if it doesn't get passed, that's not my doing. I hope that that's, what we might be looking at, although Florida is, an arena that scares you. What's that? Yeah, Florida is I don't know. Anyway, so I think that, but there's some undeniable, written in stone, progress that allows for a certain freedom amongst the LGBTQ community, the right, the right to marry, the right to adopt, those are sort of things, which, are monumental. I used to, work in probate court as a magistrate for 9 years before I was a common pleas court judge, and I was the only, there were two magistrates in Summit County that would do name changes for, individuals that would come in and want their names changed because of their sexual orientation or identity. And, now it's standard operating procedure. That's not a big deal to change the name. Now, gender marker, as the judge said, it's a checker board on the 88 counties on how that's being administered. And we all know that it's going to have to be in the trial level, then go up to the appellate level. When there's a conflict in the appellate districts, it'll go up to the Supreme Court and they'll make a decision. That'll be long after I'm gone. But it'll be, if it takes that, then it will take that, because that's what a lot of changes happen. The fundamentals, I think, are people are scared of change. There's so many people that are scared of change, and then they have an outsized voice. They're scared of change because they don't want to discuss the topics in many instances. They don't want to have to explain to children, or, they don't want their children exposed, or how am I going to talk to them about, transgendered people? How am I going to talk to them about gay people? I don't want them to know those things. I think that is part of the problem that we have here. And just the disquieting effect of that kind of change in their lives. So what do you do about it? You have to, whether we're progressing or regressing or whatever, it's going to take changing the hearts and minds of people. You can legislate all you want and, do that tough fight, go through the courts, and that takes time. But again, getting out there and changing the hearts and minds of people and getting to the ballot box is what I think is how society actually changes. And that's what is critically important. Not just members of your community voting, but friends and family members and even strangers that you approach and encourage, and with just one good reason. You just need to give them one good reason why they should vote. And it just might be some issue that you have in common and not even your issue. And that's what I think it takes to show, I mean, that to me is progress. If we could get more voter participation, I really think that that's progress.
It's not just participation, though. It has to be participation in a way that they're advancing someone who agrees with their ideals.
Oh.
And I'm not sure people pay that close of attention. I always think we're doing all these stories about these issues and these candidates and these justices and how they're acting, and yet, you know, people stop me and talk in the grocery store and they'll have no idea on this story that we've done 100 stories on, because they really aren't as engaged as those of us who are out here think that they might be. So I know that Lambda Legal and the ACLU, you really try to fight for specific issues that you think are going to drive the system in the direction that you think is healthy for it to go. So how do those cases come to you? I'll start with you, Raphael. How do you decide this is the case that we are going to plant our flag and really fight to make change?
For us, it's very simple. The Constitution is our client, and that is where we start. And from there, we will then look at where is impact? How are we moving the ball? How are we educating the public on this particular issue? And that becomes a big part of what we do. Unfortunately, we get, our intake department is what you might imagine our intake department looks like. We have people reaching out to us, for a variety of different reasons, but what we usually do is sue the government. That's where the action happens, because that's where the civil liberties lie. That's where the civil rights are. That's where you can find justice. And so those are the cases the cases that come to us. We don't take what we call private or individual cases. I was a civil rights attorney for almost a decade doing employment law and housing law. And so when individuals would come to me with an issue that they were discriminated against based on their race or something along those lines, I took those cases. But the ACLU, what we generally go after, we go after those cases, or we look at those cases, and it's a flip for us. Where as a private attorney, clients come to you. When we see an issue that's there, we go out and look for the clients that can help advance that particular issue. And one of the things we're doing now, and it's not even a shameless plug, we are embarking upon something called a listening tour. In the coming months, you're going to hear a lot about that. And part of what it is, we the ACLU recognizes our origins. We are a 102-year-old organization, and primarily been a white male run organization for most of that time. But we recognize, and the cases that we've taken, the issues that we've taken on, have all been good. And it's the rare, one of the things I will pat ourselves on the back for. We have done really good work, but what we recognize we haven't done is go to the people who are impacted the most and find out from them what is the issue that's percolating for them. And then that's where we're going. That's our new phase. So we're going to be talking to those impacted people more frequently, and then we're going to elevate issues from that point. But that's the cases. What we do is we see where the problem is. We see the Ohio Fairness Act has been introduced in this building for 20 years now, I believe. I think we're at year 20, and it still hasn't passed. Those are the things that we look to when we know that there is an issue there that will serve the larger community. That's where we go. That's where we go when we're looking for cases.
And Camilla, I know Lambda Legal has a different set of priorities. Why don't you explain how your cases come to you? You talked about representing a single girl in the state of West Virginia, but you have really broad reach, don't you?
Yes, we're a national organization. We love to partner with the Ohio affiliate of the ACLU, with whom we have a wonderful relationship, and we make lots of good trouble together quite frequently. But our mission is to advocate on behalf of LGBT people and people living with HIV. And we do what's called impact litigation. So just as Raphael was describing, we bring only those cases that are designed to make an affirmative change in the law. But we partner with members of the private bar. We have a very large cooperating attorney network. So if there's an enforcement case, so it's clear that someone has experienced some terrible discrimination and there's a remedy for that, we'd love to refer those cases out to people who are in our network and would like to take those cases. And so we'd love it if there are folks here who'd be willing to be part of our cooperating attorney network, if they could sign up and join us. We also work closely with members of the cooperating attorney network, including my friend Leanne here, to do impact litigation cases together. So we need pro bono co-counsel when we go out and create good trouble. And that's also a wonderful opportunity to work together. Finally, we are a 501c3 organization, so we do litigation and we do public education. But a lot of the wonderful work that we've heard described as necessary here in order to change hearts and minds is being done by partners like Equality Ohio, with Alana Yoakum sitting right here. And that essential work has to happen before hateful legislation is stopped and before we can advance with respect to civil rights protections under state law. And then also, I see partners here who do the safety net healthcare provider work, like Equitas. There are so many different ways to protect the most vulnerable members of the LGBT community. And it is important for all of us to work together, because often when those members of the community are in the crosshairs and they're under attack, we can all have a combined way of speaking up and sometimes challenging in court when those most vulnerable members are under attack.
But it makes me wonder if how data is being collected on LGBTQ cases. So I will ask the two members of the judiciary here, do we track LGBTQ issues and cases? And is there a database that is used or any kind of information that's used to inform judges about what directions are going, what the issues are that are arising? Is that something that's being tracked in Ohio?
I don't know of any tracking based on gender. I mean, LGBTQ identifiers. That's just not, for a variety of reasons, whether it would be appropriate or inappropriate, dangerous or not, depending on, the form you're filling out. So, no, so that we don't keep track of that. How many litigants are identified, one way or the other. That's just not something that's being done. The issues, right now, they're concentrated in the probate arena, I think, and that's going to percolate up and will come to the Supreme Court, as I said, after I am gone. So those are the type of cases that I think need to be watched and seen where they, how they go in the appellate districts. There's a lot of judicial races on the ballot this year. And if you're going to look to the courts for relief, that's where you've got to concentrate in addition to the legislature. It's important who gets on the court on the ground floor, the trial courts. And the appellate courts, and of course the Supreme Court. That's another area when you're talking to change hearts and minds and get people, to appreciate the problems. It starts with again, I keep coming back to voting, and I just cannot emphasize it enough how important it is. So, the tracking. Let's put it this way, the judge quoted the statistics of, less than 1% for trans and
more than 1%.
1%?
More than 1%.
More than one, yeah, just over the the 1% mark, then that's indicative of the negligible amount of cases that are filed, just because of the, the size of the community.
Yeah, I follow up with that. I agree with what the Chief Justice said. We do not track, well, the Supreme Court has all kinds of reporting requirements that trial courts have to report how many cases they had in different categories. It's mainly a way of tracking courts, how quickly they're getting cases wrapped up. Probate court has the same responsibility to report numbers of cases, different types of cases. We're exempt from the time limits that some of the other courts have. When we started doing the gender marker changes, we made a conscious decision in our court not to separately track them. They're lumped in with the groups of birth correction cases. So when I said we get approximately 10 a week, that's just based on my talking to my clerks and say, well, how many do you think we see? We don't want to track them. We don't want anybody to be able to come down to the court. They're all public records. To come down to the court and perhaps have access to files that they would use for nefarious purposes to find out who is out there in the community changing their gender markers. So we don't separately track them, even though they are public.
Criminal cases involving LGBTQ clients are sometimes challenging. Do any of you have advice in that arena for criminal attorneys and how they should be handling these cases in this ever-changing landscape, as well as the cultural pushback that they might get when they get into court?
I can make one comment just before I forget. Of course, my court doesn't do criminal cases.
Right.
But when I talked to my friends at the Franklin County Municipal Court about this topic and whatnot, Franklin County has a domestic violence program for victims of domestic violence and the defendants, specifically geared toward the LGBT community, because they have different issues than straight domestic violence victims and defendants. And it seems like it's been a very successful program. I forget what it's called. It has an acronym. But it's interesting that Franklin County Municipal Court has recognized that difference between domestic violence victims in a same-sex relationship and in a different sex relationship, different gender relationship. So it's just interesting how courts are recognizing there can be some differences. That doesn't address your question about practitioners, but I just think it's interesting that the Franklin County Municipal Court in particular has that program and it's very successful.
I think when you have advancements like the Franklin County, Municipal Court, and they have a specialized docket for same-sex partners and domestic abuse, and the recognition that it's much different than hetero couples and their issues, that's real progress. I wonder how many attorneys know about that. That they could advise their clients if that's a situation. As far as an issue with criminal attorneys representing clients, that's what you're talking about. Is that, again, I'm very far removed from whether they're having issues within the court system. I remember when I was a practicing attorney a bazillion years ago, I had a client who was trans, I guess would be, this was back in the 80s, and he had to go to the male jail, and there was just no alternative for that. Even though he identified, looked, acted as female. I don't know that it's any different today. Maybe attorneys in the audience would know, but I don't think it's any different with regards to incarceration today.
Go
I
ahead.
was just going to say, I would note if I can't really advise. I was a civil attorney, so I don't have a lot of criminal experience. But I think it's important to note that transgender women of color are murdered at a rate that is exponentially higher than any other category that there is. That says all that we need to know. And there aren't task force and efforts and things because, again, of the lack of empathy, of care about the transgender community in particular, but specifically transgender women of color. And I think that's where there's opportunity for those, if there are justice-minded criminal attorneys out there where you want to make an impact. That's an opportunity.
I do want to ask you, Raphael and Camilla, from your perspectives, what are the emerging issues in this arena for the LGBTQ community that we should all be aware of? We've been talking a lot about legislation and about the changing cultural pressure on the community. But from your perspective, what you will be working on going forward, what should we be paying attention to?
Well, I think we've touched on a couple of them, a couple of those issues. Now we are the transgender. You asked earlier whether or not we are regressing. My concern, and I won't speak. I don't want to speak for the ACLU, but I think we're one of the areas we have to be concerned with. It goes back to the makeup of our judiciary, and that is in turn determined by our electoral process. Because as we have the courts, if we go back to the Stonewall, riots, Matthew Shepard, we can come all the way up through at least my lifetime of where the courts have been, where we've relied on the courts to rescue us from ourselves. And I don't know that is where we're headed now. Seems to be in a very different direction, and that's frightening because we can't turn to the federal courts where we once did. We can't turn to the U.S. Supreme Court or even Congress, because that's we see what's happening there, and that's where those issues, we can't go to those issues that have and fight for those issues because we don't have the representation in those bodies.
Some of these issues, though, were decided on the local level. And as Justice O'Connor pointed out, we have a lot of important elections coming up. So how do you research a judge? Because we all know that people get ballot fatigue. By the time they get to the end of the ballot, they're looking at things like Irish names. And is your name Brown? That's just...
Well, speaking as an Irishman that beat a Brown, I'll tell you that... Okay, judicial votes count.ohio.gov. That is a website that is at the Supreme Court. judicialvotescount.ohio.gov. We beg judges who are running for election to fill out the information. We post it on that website. They can update it as the campaign progresses, as the campaign season progresses, with their endorsements and anything else that they want to put on there. Not a commercial or something like that, but information that'll help the voters. And it's the only website of its kind in the country. And I would encourage you to take a look at it, to encourage other people to take a look at it, to find out about the people who are on the ballot that are running for the judgeships. And that's all the way from your municipal up to, the Chief Justice's position. The munis aren't on the ballot this year, but, in off years, as they call it, they would be. And it's by county, so it's pretty easy to maneuver and find out that information. If somebody doesn't put their information on there, I think it's pretty telling about because this is a nonpartisan website. It does not cater to one party or the other, of course. So that's a true resource. Candidates' nights. Candidates' nights are telling to see who thinks it's important to go to various interest groups that are having candidates' nights. It's important to ask questions. I think, having been to someone who's campaigned in many campaigns over the years, I think it's a great idea not to lump different kind of candidates together for candidates night. Have a judicial candidates night. You know, have a legislative or local, municipal, or county candidates night, so that you can give the candidates that are there, you know, ample time to make their case, and then you can ask them questions. And that's an important way to get to know. One, you can tell who's interested in the various interest groups, who shows up, and then those that do, you can question them about things that are of interest to you. That's, I think, extremely important. I think it's also important to look at who endorses the candidates, because a lot of times that's code for political philosophy, interest groups that want to see one person or another being elected. And those are all ways that you can garner some information. And as far as ballot fatigue goes, I would encourage people to make decisions before they go into the ballot box. But here's the thing. You don't have to just vote on one day in Ohio. You know, you have weeks to vote. You could have a voting party. You could, you know, if you wanted to have information shared, you know, get a group of people together, have your ballots, go down. Everybody can contribute what they know about that candidate, what they, you know, what they need to know. Okay, you need to know something, let's look it up. Let's see what their website says, and share that information. You know, a little wine, a little cheese, a little ballot, you got it going on.
I think it's really good to be drunk when you're voting.
I didn't say drunk, Colleen.
We are the Irish delegates on the stage. Camilla, before I get off track, and I'm going to get each of you to give me some final thoughts, but I do want you to tell me what Lambda is working with right now, what you're really pushing that you want everyone to be aware of.
Well, we're trying to ensure that people have access to health care that they need. We're also facing a situation where anti-LGBT advocates in court are trying to weaponize the First Amendment in order to take down anti-discrimination laws across the country. And you had mentioned earlier the 303 Creative case that's currently before the Supreme Court. These anti-LGBT advocates are trying to argue that the right to free speech is a pass from having to comply with non-discrimination requirements, because it would cause them to have to express inclusion and acceptance of LGBT people if they were forced to serve LGBT people in the marketplace on the same terms as other people. So that is, you know, a current landscape that we're litigating around the country. There's also a number of cases involving anti-LGBT teachers who claim that they have a free speech and a free exercise right to misgender trans students in the classroom, and to refuse to use the names that these students prefer. That is particularly worrying here, where we're sitting in the Sixth Circuit in light of a recent Sixth Circuit decision that came down. And then there are, you mentioned criminal cases and what should criminal lawyers look out for. There are many contexts in which LGBT people and people living with HIV face heightened penalties in the criminal legal system and discrimination, whether they are sentenced to more time or punished more harshly in other ways for conduct that would not be punished in that way if they were a cisgender straight person or someone who doesn't have HIV. We're still seeing contexts where judges are sentencing people living with HIV more harshly in light of the fact that they engaged in sexual misconduct of some sort, even though they may be completely undetectable and incapable of transmission of HIV. And in the context of advocacy with respect to HIV, we recently won a great victory before a district court, holding that the military was engaging in unconstitutional discrimination because it was refusing to allow people living with HIV to commission as officers or to deploy. So that has been struck down nationwide. And finally, there are cases to watch involving government funding of service providers, such as child welfare agencies, that refuse to serve, say, same-sex foster parents. They refuse to license them, that refuse to recognize that they may have LGBTQ kids in their care. These are exclusively federally funded agencies. They are providing a government service to children who are in government custody. and yet they are engaging in discrimination. So we are litigating those cases in a number of states across the country.
You mentioned education. Ohio had their Teacher of the Year was named the National Teacher of the Year yesterday. He's from Northeast Ohio, and I apologize, I forget the school district, but he teaches African Studies and Diversity and Inclusion. Under the current proposals at the legislature, his curriculum would have to come to an end. Is that a case you would take up? I see you nodding, Raphael. Is that a case that we could see in a court here?
Well, again, I'm not our legal director, who is phenomenal, but those are exactly the types of cases. When we say the Constitution is our client, that's what we mean, because you know, simply teaching actual factual history should not cause a national teacher of the year to lose their entire curriculum. And that is, so those are, when we think about emerging issues, those are definitely these issues. And you asked earlier, Colleen, part of this, and Camilla mentioned it earlier too, we can't unravel, like the education is connected to LGBTQ, is connected to voting rights. It literally is interconnected, which is why it seems like we have so many irons in the fire, and we do, but they all lead back again to, you know, for as flawed as our country may be, whatever the imperfections, we have a democracy it is miraculous in how it works. But it works because we make it work. It works because we determine that we want it to work. And that's why I am an eternal optimist when it comes to, I will continue to be optimistic that we have the opportunity to change culture, to change thoughts and minds, even in the 88 counties that are some of those 88 counties that are, they're maybe a little rural and probably haven't seen a whole lot of things. There are some opportunities there to simply reach out to our neighbors, talk to them, and educate them about some of the things that are going on in our world.
Well, we are about out of time, and when I'm doing interviews with people, especially when they're political candidates, at the end I always very often ask, what's the one thing you want people to know about you? So I'm going to ask the four of you, what's the one thing in this arena, if you could wave your magic wand, what's the one thing you would like to do to advance these issues for the state of Ohio and make progress in the way you would like to see it? And I'll start with you, Chief Justice.
I think the answer is obvious, but I can't talk about the case.
Well, that summed it up pretty well. That was her minute of time, so let's go to you, Camilla. If you could do something that you could advance, if you could see progress in this arena, what would you like all of us to know?
I certainly can't beat the Chief Justice, so anything that I say will be insufficient. I think it's important to recognize that we can make progress, and we have done so. And in fact, during the darkest days of the Trump administration, when the Trump administration, for example, would pass an executive order that said that you can't mention implicit bias, systemic racism, or critical race theory in any federal contracts or federal grants. It was a group of LGBT centers and LGBT healthcare providers that stood up and challenged that executive order, saying that they had received federal contracts to address COVID receptivity, for example, in communities of color, and they were addressing disparities with respect to HIV. And in order to continue to have trust in the communities that they serve, in order to do this really important healthcare work that they were doing, they needed to be able to address our nation's pernicious history of discrimination in the provision of healthcare and medical research and so on, because unless you name it, you can't solve it. And they stood up in particular because of their history in fighting the HIV epidemic. They understood the cost of silence. And we won. And we stopped that injunction, that executive order, with an injunction. And I think that that same advocacy on behalf of the LGBT community, those brave institutions who risked their entire federal funding, and they did not know at that time whether President Trump would be reelected, is exactly why we succeed. And we can do that. We can do that with curriculum laws. We're about to see, I think, in the next few weeks, a second lawsuit challenging Florida's Don't Say Gay. We can continue to win, even in a changed judiciary on the federal level, because there are justices and there are judges with integrity who are standing up to do what's right, and there are advocates and plaintiffs who are willing to take risks to do it, and there are incredibly brave community members who are willing to stand up to be plaintiffs.
Judge Mackey?
I would answer that by kind of stepping back a little bit and say, what is the reason we're here today? This is the Ohio State Bar Foundation Unity Summit. The program says it's the LGBTQ plus education, law, and policy. Education, I'm a little pessimistic about that. Education, you talk about the media, they should be educating us. The media is so siloed now, people only listen to what they want to hear. That's kind of a disheartening prospect. Education on another level, school boards of education. We've all seen this, we've talked about that a little bit today. School boards are becoming at the ground level very politicized. It's the interaction between some kind of people who have specific agendas can go to these school board meetings and try to get them to address issues that we would not think are reasonable. So education part of this, I'm a little pessimistic about that. Policy, well, that's a big issue, but policy, I think of, we're here at the state legislature. They make policy in the way of laws. And we've had some reference made to Equality Ohio. Elena Yoakum's here today. The Fairness Act, which has been introduced over 20 years here in the legislature, it has not gone anywhere. So policy, if we're talking about legislative policy, especially here in Ohio, I'm not sure where that's going. And then we have law. So I kind of see the judiciary as kind of the backstop to protect a lot of rights in Ohio based on the US Constitution, the Ohio Constitution, and just statutes. So I wouldn't say we're there as the only bastion of liberty, but we are a backstop to help people, as these two individuals certainly know from the actions they've taken in a lot of times in the federal courts. So education, policy, the law. I'm very optimistic about the law, the judicial branch. So that's where I'm coming from.
And Raphael?
I would say if there was one thing I could do, I would challenge everyone in this room. I believe democracy itself is on the ballot this midterm election, November. I would say to each of you, find 10 people, not 10 people that you live with. Go out and find 10 people to make sure they're registered to vote and that they actually go to the polls and vote. As our Chief Justice mentioned, there is, where we are now, the one thing that I would like to see, because I think it all emanates from who we have as our representatives, is if we have fair districts, that changes, that's a game changer. It changes everything, because then we're not talking about these things. We're talking about how to better education. We're talking about how to retain Ohio talent. We're talking about how to improve healthcare outcomes. We are talking about a whole host of different things that actually affect all of our lives. We're not talking about whether someone who identifies as transgender can be on the swim team, because that's irrelevant, because of course they can be on the swim team. Why wouldn't they be? So that's where I am. That's how and I am an eternal optimist. I believe we can do this, but it takes us to actually leave this room and go out and do something. We can't just have what we've had here. We all are on the same page. Let's go out and find 10 people, each of you, and drag them to the polls. Make sure that they vote, and give them some education before they vote.
Well, I want to thank this panel. I think we all learned how hard the judiciary is working for us, the action the ACLU and Lambda Legal has taken, and that Justice O'Connor is not really a Republican. Thank you all for that, and I'm going to turn it back over to Joseph.
Wow. That's all I can say is, wow, that was phenomenal. Thank you all so much. Please, let's give them one more round of applause. That was amazing. Such a treat. I'm not even upset that we're 6 minutes behind schedule. So we are going to take a shorter break right now. We're going to come back at about 2:50. So give yourselves about 9 minutes. Do what you need to do. We'll see you back in just a few. Thank you. All right, so we are going to get started back up again. I know that was a quick break, but we want to keep us as much on time as we possibly can. So if everyone could make their way back to their seats, there will be time after this is all done that we can socialize and see one another before we wrap up. So I just have a brief disclaimer to read again. I just want to remind everyone that throughout the panel discussions today, we may hear a variety of opinions expressed by today's panelists. While those opinions are their own and do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of the Ohio State Bar Foundation or its members, we do believe in providing a space for dialogue from multiple perspectives to help us better understand the issues at hand. Now that I've done my lawyerly duty by reading a disclaimer at you, before we get to the final panel of the summit, quick plug. The foundation has also launched its newest podcast, its newest and first and only podcast, Foundation of Justice. You can check it out wherever you get your podcasts or on our website at osbf.org. The first podcast episode is called Being Trans in Ohio, Life and Rights. So it informs a lot of the discussion that we're having here today. The second episode was actually going to be a recap of today's discussion. So we're going to have some of our experts, some of our people who are here in the audience come back and discuss what we've heard today. So please tune in. Again, that's Foundation of Justice. After the conclusion of this panel, I'd like to remind everyone we will have a special closing performance from performer Rachel Wiley. So please remain in your seats after the panel discussion, and we will get you on your way. With that, I would like to welcome my dear friend and our moderator, Elena Jochum, to the stage. Elena.
Thank you so much, Joseph. And can we just pause for a second and applaud Joseph and the entire Ohio State Bar Foundation for this incredible day. I don't know about you, but I am so energized by what I'm hearing, and I am so excited for this panel that we're about to move into, the intersections of healthcare and legal policy, where we get to talk about the intersections between healthcare, legal policy, and practice. So how many here in this audience are litigators or attorneys that work in courts? Okay. You know, when we don't know something as a litigator, what do? We get an expert. And you are so fortunate to be in this room with these esteemed experts in their field who will be able to provide the knowledge about some of these policies that we are hearing so much about today. So please join me in welcoming Adam Riley, Manager of Education, Outreach, and Testing at Carical. Julia M. Applegate, the Director of Equitas Health Institute. And Dr. Scott Leibowitz, Medical Director of Behavioral Health at Nationwide Children's Hospital Thrive Program. So to frame a little bit the panel that we're going to hear from today, you've heard these referenced throughout the day, so I just want to center this, that we do have some proposed policies here in Ohio and others that have actually become law across the country. One of the key policies that we have heard about and is making its way in states across the nation are laws to try to criminalize, and I want to say that word, criminalize, gender-affirming health care. So I think it's important for us as litigators, in any case we're prepping for, we would seek the experts of what are we actually talking about here. So I want to start there. What does the term gender-affirming care mean? And could you give us a general overview of what options are available for individuals seeking gender-affirming care or transition-related care? And I'm going to start with Dr. Leibowitz, if you could jump in on that.
Yes, thank you, everybody. I wanted to first thank everybody at the Ohio Bar Foundation, Ohio State Bar Foundation, for including me in this important day. I should start also by saying it's rare that I have a room full of attorneys, and so if I may selfishly just solicit representation for a potential felony that I may or may not commit, depending on certain litigation that may or may not pass. Thank you very much. Okay, so moving on. I would like to say that gender-affirming care is actually care that all of us should receive. Every human should receive gender-affirming care. And when it comes to youth, to start, it's important to note that when adolescents go through puberty, what that does is it changes their physical beings into a type of body that allows them to live in accordance with their gender. And all people, all of us, have the optimal capacity to have the best social, emotional, intellectual development when we go through a puberty that matches what our mind is in terms of our gender. And I think that we often think of gender-affirming care only for people whose genders identities might differ from their physical body. But if we move away from that and realize that puberty is something, and having the right to have a body that matches what our identities are, that's something that we all deserve. And so sometimes when our body doesn't produce the hormones or doesn't produce the effects that we need it to match our mind, we need to seek a prescription, or we need to seek care from a doctor. And there's an evidence base out there that's been decades long that demonstrates that health care for people who need to align their minds and their bodies is something that leads to the best optimal emotional and social and psychological outcomes that they have. And so gender-affirming care on a more broad level respects all individuals' right to assert the gender that most consistently they experience in their minds. And there's many systems issues that can be in place for gender-affirming care, namely the right use of a pronoun, the right use of a name, as you heard in the earlier panel. Also anything from just being supported through, in questionnaires, in surveys, on the phone, not having assumptions made when someone introduces themselves to someone, not being gendered in a particular way on a phone call. Anywhere also from asserting one's identity through social means, through transition in a social way, whether that be using their name and their pronoun in certain situations. For kids, that could be in school, that could be in faith-based institutions, that could be in their families. For other people, it might mean that they need a medical treatment, and for kids, the medical treatment depends on the stage in puberty that they're at. And for adults, mostly who are beyond that, it might mean hormonal care, it might mean surgical care, and overall, it's an individualized process that is between the physician and the person, and in the case of adolescents, it's between the family and the physician, or the multidisciplinary team. And so that is gender-affirming care in a nutshell.
Amazing, Dr. Scott. I want to give a follow-up question to that. Those who would maybe be advancing some of these laws to prohibit gender-affirming care often say, well, it's in the best interest of the children to stop what you just described as gender-affirming care. And they're trying to protect minors. What would you say are the protections in place for minors seeking gender-affirming care?
Protections are in place because this is a decision that, again, falls between the doctor and the family. And so when a young person enters the office and says, I need gender-affirming care, this is a collaborative team decision after going through a gender-affirming assessment, one where we understand the totality of their issues, we understand the totality of their mental health issues, we are looking for the relationship between their mental health issues and their gender. Gender-affirming care also means gender-literate care, and gender-literate care, the way I would define that, is when a healthcare system is able to understand when gender isn't the issue. Oftentimes, healthcare providers may assume that gender is an issue when it's not, and so both gender-affirming and gender-literate care exist to help really adequately and proactively meet the needs of the young people where they're at. And so this is not just a walk in the door vending machine full of hormones. Families have to go through a lot. They often have to establish care with multiple clinics or multiple disciplines. You often have to wait on a long wait list. There's a time that they have to, sit with the team to help understand what their experience is. There's so many barriers that are in place for families that shouldn't be, but are. So the notion that families just walk in the door, children dictate what they need immediately, and that hormones kind of come from outer space, to families and to kids, or that they're sent off to surgical treatments immediately is ludicrous. And I think that, again, we're here to provide ethical care within the framework that we provide decisions for all medical issues. And I would say that there's no reason to have to protect kids from their doctors, because if we're providing care that is based on evidence, and it's based on a collaborative, affirmative decision that is made, with a multidisciplinary team and families and parents.
Thanks so much, Dr. Scott. I want to turn to you, Julia, for a minute. What role does Equitas Health play in providing gender-affirming care to the community? And how do you work with other partners, especially trans-led organizations, in this space?
Well, first of all, I also want to take a moment to just say I'm grateful to be here and honored to have this opportunity. I use she pronouns. And so I work at Equitas Health in the Education and Research Department. We have medical clinics in 4 locations around Ohio, and part of what we do is provide gender-affirming care. We also take care of people living with HIV, which sometimes involves gender-affirming care as well, and sometimes doesn't. But our role in this space, when we are taking care of clients who come to us to seek that gender-affirming care, is to meet their primary care medical needs. And so sometimes that involves, as Scott said, really long conversations about specific treatments to address their gender affirmation. So conversations about hormones, conversations about the need or not for mental health support. It also sometimes involves just a conversation about dental care. How are you, you're here for my services in a gender-affirming care environment, but we're a primary care medical provider, and you also have teeth. So let's make sure you're taking care of that as well. I think that's an important thing to note, that gender-affirming care isn't just hormones and transition or not. It's care, it's medical care. Social service care, it's sometimes how our coffee is served to us, treatment that is affirming who we are as individuals. So at Equitas Health, our role really is to be a gateway to good health for people seeking a welcoming medical care home, and gender-affirming care while you're in that space is part of our mission and vision, and we do that in lots of different ways. We make sure that our intake forms are inclusive of the pronouns that we talked about earlier this morning, that there's a space for you to self-identify what pronouns you use, including a space that recognizes neo-pronouns. We have our front desk staff trained in ways to ask questions that are gender expansive, so that it isn't simply, who's your, if you come in and you appear as male, who's your wife? Who's your partner? We ask open-ended questions. When we can't take care of the needs of our clients, those specifically clients who are seeking gender-affirming care, because we are a primary care medical provider, and primary care is something that we should all be taking care of in an ongoing way, right? Like, you think about us, we hope people will think of primary care providers as that, got to make my annual visit, maybe twice a year for my dental care. If it's for my mental health services, it's in that ongoing way. But there are certainly healthcare needs that people who need gender-affirming care need, that we can't take care of. So we do work with partners that we have built relationships with where we can do warm handoffs to get those people the care they need in a gender-affirming way. And so that may have nothing to do with their gender identity in terms of treatment of gender dysphoria. But, recently my appendix got mad, and it's not supposed to do that when you're 50, but it did, and so I had to go, get some surgery. Equitas Health can't help me in that situation, but if there is a referral situation and I need to go see a gastroenterologist or something like that, then we've built relationships with providers that we know, because they've shared that information with us, that they're culturally sensitive. And so we work really hard to make sure that our patients, whether they're coming into us from just having left the care of Nationwide Children's Hospital or similar around the state, or if they've been with us and we need to send them out to someone else to get something else taken care of, that they don't have to face anxiety about their gender identity in that medical scenario, where that's where the warm handoff comes in. So if we don't have a relationship with gastroenterologists or, you name it, then our clients will carry with them anxiety not about their health condition, but about how will they make it off of the phone when they're trying to schedule that appointment. Hey, I'm a trans woman and I need to get go get a prostate exam. How am I going to make that phone call? Well, we know some prostate cancer providers, and we'll say, call these people because these people you can make the phone call with. And then you can go to the front desk and you're not going to have to feel afraid. And then when you're actually getting medical care, you'll also be okay. But it's all those preceding steps that also matter. So, those are some examples. Of course, we do policy work as well with organizations like Trans Ohio and Octopus and others. That's what came to mind first.
I love that, and I think that explanation shows that gender-affirming care is a much more holistic and broad treatment of the whole human, and I appreciate the various levels that Equitas Health has for that. It goes back to another question that I have. Treatment options varying between minors and adults. Dr. Scott, can you maybe address a little bit of that from the Thrive program, which treats minors? What is the difference between gender-affirming care for young people versus adults?
So the first difference is that with minors, one needs guardians and caregiver consent. That is, for any issue, so it naturally applies to this issue as well. And so that means that we approach families in a holistic way. We don't look at just the one person. We're really approaching this as a family, and there's plenty of research to show that when family acceptance, family support is in place, that mental health outcomes are exponentially higher, better. So that's one thing, which means that there's a shared decision-making role that we all embark upon. For younger kids, for kids who are before the age of puberty, so puberty is kind of the defining characteristic of what it is, what options exist. And so for younger kids, really, there's no medical or any surgical treatments involved. Since all kids virtually, when clothed, could be, virtually indistinguishable, it's a matter of affirming a child's gender through social means, social supports. And we commonly use the phrase insistent, consistent, and persistent. So for a child who is insistent, consistent, and persistent, and you may meet parents of transgender children in the room even, and they can tell you that this is something that is pretty clear. As soon as young kids are able to know that there are differences in their bodies, is as soon as they can recognize that the world is a gendered place. And so children, really the goal is to help just affirm them for who they are and support them with the various things that they do, and that what improves their self-esteem is gender-affirming care. So any activity, any toy, anything that is going to help a kid feel good about who they are, that is gender-affirming care. I don't know if any of you saw that there's like a flow chart that says, is this toy a boy toy or a girl toy? And the question is, well, if you can use it do you use your genitals to use the toy? And then it's like, then it's not a kid toy, right? And if it is, if it isn't, then it's for any gender, okay? And so that's the flow chart that I always think about when it comes to gender affirming care for children. So as children move into puberty, we look to understand, we help kids develop a sense of communication, ability to communicate what their needs are, what their experiences are. And for kids whose body changes impact their emotional health in a negative way because it diverges from the gender identity that they assert in that moment, and this can be different for different kids because different kids go into puberty at different ages. That's when an option for certain families who choose to do so is puberty suppression. Puberty suppression is not something that is for every family, it's not something for every kid, but it is certainly an option. What puberty suppression does is that it suppresses one's natural endogenous hormones, the hormones that their body would produce, and it allows for a young child not to go through the puberty that would be distressing to them, or by definition, incongruent with their gender identity. And in time, when they get to a place where they're able to conceptualize different implications of treatments that actually might produce changes that are more irreversible in nature, such as hormones, a young person who has the benefit and the option to go on puberty suppression, should they declare their needs at that time early enough, if they go onto puberty suppression and then they go onto hormones later, what that does is it promotes an experience that they can only have to go through one puberty. And any parent in the room will tell you that one puberty is bad enough. You do not need to necessarily go through two. And we certainly embrace the idea that certain people will go through two puberties because not everybody comes to the conclusion or understands themselves or feels comfortable or safe to come out early enough. So for those adolescents who ultimately do come out later, beyond the time when puberty suppression would be optimal in minimizing the need for two puberties, at that point, hormonal considerations and even surgical considerations and certain surgical considerations for young people whose decision-making abilities are determined to be, by the team, that these young people are able to conceptualize various trajectories of their decisions, and should they be able to do so, as we work through this as a family and as a provider team, considering the risk-benefit of either moving forward with a particular treatment or not moving forward with a particular treatment. And it's a complex risk-benefit analysis for every single family. It's a very individualized process and decision. And I know we're not supposed to get political here, and I'm not going to, because what I'm going to tell you is that the families that we see and thrive, hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, and across the state, are of all different political persuasions. So these legislative efforts actually impact people negatively of all political persuasions. Families across the board are impacted negatively. And so that's why I can wholeheartedly say that the medical care we provide is not political, and we want it out of the political arena. And so as young people get older, certainly once they are no longer minors, then that's when they can make their own decisions without having their parents on board. But we spend a lot of time in multidisciplinary settings working with psychologists, therapists, psychiatrists, myself, endocrinologists, primary care doctors, our social workers, pharmacists. We're all one big team, and there's always going to be a system of checks and balances. And most notably, it's about really putting decision-making into the hands of the parents and the families. And I hope that everyone has the opportunity to meet a parent or a family or a young person who's experiencing this, to understand the power of gender-affirming care and the fact that the care that we're providing is giving young people the opportunity to live the same opportunities that their cisgender peers have.
I just want to pause right there and thank you for explaining that so thoughtfully. And you anticipated the question that I was going to give you from the audience, which was, can you please go a little deeper into puberty blockers? I think that gave us a really good understanding of what they are and how they may fit into holistic care or not, depending on the individual. I do want to do one more question in this area before I move on to topics, and that is gender transition treatment covered under conventional insurance plans? Where does insurance fit into this conversation? And that's to both you, Julia, and you, Dr. Scott.
Do you want to go first?
Well, before we get into that, I just want to follow up something around the puberty blockers. And so I will proceed talking about that by just situating myself in this storyline that we're talking about today as someone who's from Appalachia and is also a storyteller. So I'm going to sidetrack us slightly. And also someone who was born in 1970 and did not have access to puberty blockers. And as I'm sitting here listening to Scott talk about this as someone who identifies as a cisgender, no, not cisgender, as a genderqueer woman, gender non-conforming, when I hear Scott talk about puberty blockers and think about my own puberty, all I can think about is like, what a relief it would have been for me to have had somebody to talk to about the distress that I felt as I got closer and closer to puberty. It was a heaviness that is hard to quantify. I mean, I'm looking around at these massive columns and I'm just imagining them on my back. That's how the closer I got as a tomboy child through and through as I got to 13. Because I imagine that was the age where it was all gonna just, everything was just gonna happen and and it really was distress around my breast that was just terrifying to me. And, you know, things were really different back then. And I spend a lot of time, since I work in this field and as a lesbian woman who's also genderqueer and non-conforming, I have spent a lot of time myself thinking about if I were born in 1990 or 2000, how would my journey have been different? And you can't answer those questions, but I can tell you with certainty that if I had had the ability to discuss with anyone what it would have meant to just address the dysphoria I felt in my body because of what I thought breasts were going to mean for me. And this is where gender identity, gender expression, gender norms, social constructs, all of this clashes together because for me, all I thought it meant was, I don't get to climb trees anymore. I have to start wearing makeup. I'm gonna have to do X profession, blah, 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 a million different things. And my mom wanted me to be a girly girl, and so what I got was standing in the kitchen, her looking at as I was developing, oh, your breast buds are coming in. Let's see, turn sideways. And imagine the trauma of that, right? So anyway, when we think about like the impact of something like puberty blockers, the mental relief that can come for individuals who are carrying that fear and dysphoria is just, I think, again, look at these columns. Like for me, I think if I could have taken that column off of my back, how different would my whole life trajectory have been? So when we talk about insurance, because we have to have a diagnosis if we want insurance to pay for anything, which is why I'm talking about gender dysphoria. That would have been the diagnosis code I would have had if that code existed in the 1970s or 80s when I was going through puberty. It depends on who your insurance company is. It depends on how they interpret those codes. It depends on whether your providers will utilize those codes, utilize them effectively according to the rules. I'm not in the space of working with clients on that on any given day, but I do know that it's very complicated, and it's something else that adds a tremendous amount of stress to people who are already carrying a lot of stress in their lives because of their own internal experiences of their bodies, which again would not be a stress if our culture was not so oppressive, because left to our own devices, we would have all figured this out on our own, and as cultures have done over centuries of time. So I think that my answer around insurance codes is that for trans, non-binary, anyone who's seeking coverage for these services, it's very important to find somebody who can help you understand what your insurance policy covers and how to navigate that. And there are people who have that special skill. It is a skill. It is not something that you should try to do alone. It is something that keeps physicians and social workers up hours and hours at night because it's so complicated. It shouldn't be. I'll leave it there and let Scott go.
I mean, and thank you, Julia, because I mean now I look at the columns and I can imagine the analogy and understand that for a lot of people probably you're thinking about the stress that you were under during those times and how access to these treatments can be so crucial at such a crucial stage in a young person's developmental journey. What I could say with insurance is, since there's such variability with insurance over, which insurance panels cover it, which don't, who you get on the phone when you call in a particular company can make a difference. And having to have that ability to know, okay, this is not a person I'm getting anywhere with, hanging up, trying again, being on hold. Imagine you have 5 kids, you have carpool, you have to run off to go pick this one up, get that one to school, the temper tantrum's happening, and you're on hold, and then you get cut off after you've waited 45 minutes, and then you get a person who's like, we don't do that, and then you call again. This is what families have to go through, and if you know anything about health disparities, you can understand that people that can't do that have differential access to care. And that is a problem. And even myself as a doctor, I am sometimes on hold with insurance companies trying to fight for even a simple prescription for a simple antidepressant that's not covered, and we run into barriers. The nursing teams are life supports often in the care of these families, and it just takes so much extra resources and dedication from administrators in hospitals who can appreciate the barriers that families have to go through to provide funding for the staff that need to do those frontline phone calls with insurance. And then just kind of an element of luck, whether your insurance company will cover that for your own child.
So we've got a lot more to fix.
Maybe just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
I want to switch us now to another topic that is so important to us here, and that is HIV prevention, care, and modernization work. And so amazing progress has been made in the fight against HIV, both here in the United States and around the world. As of 2019, an estimated 1.2 million people in the United States were living with HIV, about 13% of whom do not know they had it. And over 30,000 infections occur in the US every year. And it was reported this year that in England, 49% of diagnoses are now among people identifying as heterosexual, overtaking the rate among gay and bisexual men. So I want to turn the discussion now to you, Adam. Thank you so much for being part of our panel today. Could you talk about some of the disparities among the people newly diagnosed with HIV, including among injection drug users?
Sure. First, thank you for having me. I'm really happy to have this opportunity and to be on this panel with my esteemed colleagues. So there is, as you mentioned, HIV we've come so far with over the past several years. Maybe not everybody knows, but we have things like PrEP, which is a preventative medication that you take that prevents an HIV infection. There's this whole concept that was mentioned in the last panel of undetectable equals untransmittable. But yet we still see, as mentioned, over 30,000 new cases a year. And through my years working in HIV, I have seen that it's such a dynamic virus because it interacts with all of society. There's all of these different intersections with HIV. It doesn't just impact one person, it impacts their community. It impacts their gender, their identities, their orientations. And it also is kind of geographically different as well. As mentioned in the UK, they're seeing a higher rate among heterosexuals, we aren't currently seeing that in the United States, although maybe we will at some point, especially with COVID. We've seen that the UK is kind of a wave ahead of us, and then we see that later, so maybe that's something we'll see down the line. But it's what I've seen over the years is, like I said, it's different depending on where you are. And speaking of people who are injecting drugs or people who are using drugs, that's kind of where I got my start in the HIV world. I had a brother who injected drugs, died of an overdose, and we tried to get him, services that didn't exist. And when I did research, I was like, oh, you have to go to like Chicago to get these kind of services. And then I realized that in Ohio at the time, we only had one syringe, or at the time, a syringe exchange program, and it was in Cleveland. And the reason they had that was because they saw in the 90s, that's where they were seeing a lot of their cases. Other parts of Ohio weren't seeing that. And I'm in the Cincinnati area. We didn't start to see that until, around 2010, a little bit before that is when we started to see that problem really take off. And that's what got me to recognize, like, wow, it's different depending on where you are, so you need very unique strategies to address it, not only for the individuals and communities that are impacted, but where they are. Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati, even though they're very close to each other, they're quite different cities, and they have different experiences with HIV, just like an individual has a different experience with HIV than maybe another person might. So that's a big thing that we're seeing in our area. We're seeing active clusters of HIV, of new infection in the greater Cincinnati area, especially in Butler County, which is the county just north of Cincinnati. And luckily, we're not seeing clusters within Hamilton County anymore, although we did see them for a while, and now we're not, but we have robust syringe service programs that have really helped to tamp that down. But we still are seeing our rates rise, so they're rising in other communities. So what we're seeing a lot of is younger, African American, Black, people of color, men of color, who are having sex with other men or might identify as bisexual or gay. We do see a lot of that, and we're seeing an awful lot of transgender women, especially transgender women of color, contracting HIV, which, as stated by another earlier panel, that group of people experiences violence at an exponential rate higher than any other category. And so to have HIV on top of that, to have the gender discrimination on top of it, and then you have racism on top of it, that community is dealing with a lot. So many may not know, but when it comes to HIV, I mentioned we have PrEP, we have all these things. I always say that we have all of the tools that are needed to end HIV in the United States and really around the world. We just need to put some effort behind it and get legislators behind it and get people to understand that, yes, we can get there and get around some of the problems. But in Ohio and in 32 other states, we're never going to see that happen if we don't decriminalize HIV. I mean, it is a crime to be living with HIV, whether you contracted it from using drugs or some sexual act, or you were born with it. If you're born with it, you're born a criminal, basically. And that's a huge barrier. That also leads to the stigma. And the stigma, those are the two things, the criminalization and the stigma, that is stopping us from being able to stop HIV. And we have a goal in Ohio and in about 50 different jurisdictions around the country that have been identified by the federal government as, for lack of a better word, like hotspots for HIV that account for a huge proportion of our new infections every year. In Ohio, it's Hamilton County, Franklin County, and Cuyahoga County are all three what they call ending the HIV epidemic jurisdictions. All of those counties did plans, that they had to submit to the CDC and HRSA. This is a federal level thing. All of those counties also put in their plans to destigmatize HIV, strategies to try to destigmatize it in the community, one of those being decriminalizing HIV. And I'm going to call all three of those counties out right now because they put it in a plan that they submitted to the federal government, but they won't sign on to a letter to try to get the state legislator to do something about it. So they'll, They'll submit it in some grant proposal to get millions of dollars, but they're not doing anything at the moment to really put it into action. And I can't do my job, and the team that I supervise cannot do their job of going out into the community, meeting people where they are, providing them with gender-affirming services, orientation-affirming services, and just accepting of whoever you are, whatever you're doing. We want to get you tested. If you're negative, let's get you on PrEP. If you're reactive for it, if you're living with HIV, let's get you the treatment you need. We will support you through that. If you need case management, help with pharmaceuticals, if you need help with housing, we will work to get you undetectable. You do all of this work, the individual living with HIV. You're the one that has to take the pill every day. You're the one that has to put up with the bullshit, that people throw at you just because of some infection that you have. I don't see people harassing somebody with diabetes at an all-you-can-eat buffet, just as an example. But that happens to people living with HIV on a day-to-day basis. So places like Equitas, like Caracol, where I am from, we can't reach our mission without this external help from the legislator. It's really, it's a real barrier. Sorry, I'm going on and on, but it's a real barrier, and it's really disheartening. I mean, I have a lot of hope that it would happen. Trying to start a syringe exchange in Cincinnati, Ohio in 2005 was like, good luck, buddy. But it opened, and now we have them statewide. And getting it done in that part of the state was a big way to get that done. And now that county has 8 different programs, and they're widely accepted, and they're accepted in other things too. I think we need to do the same thing when it comes to the stigma and the criminalization around HIV, and it really needs to be called out, and it needs to be called out by everybody, whether you're living with HIV or not. If you don't know anybody with HIV, well, you do. They just haven't felt comfortable enough to tell you that. So we all have people in our families, in our networks, at work, houses of worship, whatever our community is, that are impacted by this, and it's completely unjust. And if we can't stop HIV by 2030, which is the goal is to get the rate of HIV down by 90% by 2030. So in a county like Hamilton County, if we did that by 2030, we would experience about 18 cases of HIV a year. And what a huge reduction. And I think what a gift that we could give the next generations. Because as you said, I was born in the early 80s. When I came out, one of the very first things that was said to me, and said to me many times, was that I was going to die of AIDS. And that was terrifying, especially in the mid-90s. I mean, I saw the news. I mean, it was terrifying. And to be able to not only have this, when I look at the things that we do and how we talk about HIV now and some of our marketing materials, and then you look back at what the CDC was putting out in the mid-90s, it was all fear-based. Now, everything we're doing is very empowering, and, there's no fear around it. It's just get on PrEP. If not, then get undetectable. It's going to be great, which is totally true, but why do we want to put people through that when we don't have to? We have a real opportunity to eradicate something here that has such a disproportionate impact on communities and individuals that are already disproportionately impacted by a million things. And I can say for myself personally, for my friends, for my community, that if you just took one thing off the table, it would feel like a column coming off, because it feels like there is so much there. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Adam. And I want to dive into the criminalization in just a minute, but I want to take a step back because I'm looking at our audience and I'm making some assumptions, but I think that many of us in this audience had a very different learning of what HIV was and contracting it, and have a different educational foundation about what it means to be a person living with HIV or AIDS. I want to take two things that you said and just if you can give sort of a quick overview over each of them. You said you equals you. What does that concept mean for someone who may not have grown up learning about you equals you?
Sure. So U equals U is undetectable equals untransmittable, or another way to refer to it could be virally suppressed. But it basically means that the virus is suppressed to such a level that it's not present in any fluids that would cause transmission. So if I'm living with HIV and I'm undetectable, this is also where the criminalization comes into how dumb it is. But if I'm living with HIV and I'm undetectable, whether I'm sharing drug use equipment, whether I'm having unprotected sex, whatever activity I'm engaging in, I'm not putting that other person at risk because I can't transmit my HIV to them. So there's no risk there for people, which is a complete game changer. I mean, it's a really empowering thing for people living with HIV to feel that. I know a lot of people with HIV, they have in the back of their mind that they're not, they don't want to pass it on to someone, even though there's this whole, urban myth kind of thing that, there are people out there trying to intentionally do it. Like, there's not. That's not a thing. But it takes away a lot of stress, and you don't have to completely worry about, like, oh, have I exposed my partner this time? So that is, the mental health piece of it is huge. And I mean, it's just, I've been in this field and stuff for like a long time now. And I would say when I first started working in it, it didn't look like a cure was possible. It didn't look like PrEP would ever be a thing. It didn't look like undetectable equals untransmittable would ever be a thing. The amount of progress and change that has happened in the past several years is amazing. And as a general public or as a community, we need to take the lead that researchers and doctors and scientists have shown us over this time that all of these things work, and now we need to put it into action on a large scale.
So I want to stay there for just one more minute because you went exactly where I was hoping you would, which is PrEP. Again, this is a term that may be very new to some folks in this audience. What is PrEP, and can you discuss some of the recent news about several people being cured of HIV?
Sure. So PrEP is pre-exposure prophylaxis, and it's basically a pill, and there's now an injectable form that you would take on a daily basis. It's also a drug that's used to treat HIV, but if somebody is not currently living with HIV, but they take this drug, it protects the cells that HIV tries to infect. So if I'm on PrEP, HIV gets into my body, HIV can't multiply and go through its life cycle because it can't access my CD4 cell as the cell that HIV likes. And then it just dies. And then the body will get rid of it through, waste or tears or something like that. There are PrEP assistance programs all over the state of Ohio. So if people can't afford it, there are ways to get that access to PrEP. It's birth control for HIV. There you go.
What a great way to think about that. That's a really great shorthand to have.
And then as far as the cures, I mean, there's some really exciting things going on. They've been very small scale. But it seems like, in HIV, when you look back over the years, that's how it starts out. It's like this really small scale thing, and you hear about this one person somewhere in Berlin or London who's like been cured of it or something has happened. And then years later, you're like, oh, well, this one thing led to this entire new class of medications. And it seems like we are moving further and further and closer to a cure. I don't want to sound too optimistic, but it really does, and it's very exciting.
I think optimism is good. I think we need a little optimism right now, right?
We do.
We're hearing the science move. We're hearing some hope at the end of this, and yet you've referenced this idea of criminalization. And just as a little bit of background, Ohio has 6 laws that criminalize people living with HIV or AIDS. Essentially status offenses. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and the Ohio healthcare modernization movement, of which Equitas and Caracol and Equality Ohio are a part?
Yes, I can. So first, there's a statewide group which is made up of individuals and interested organizations like Equitas and Caracol and Equality Ohio that is working to update those laws. Let's be honest, we know where we are and what legislature we're in. Like, we're not going to get these laws repealed. So, although in my mind that's what needs to happen. But working within the reality that we are living within, we are working to modernize those laws. And when I first learned about these, it blew my mind. I'm not a lawyer, like many of you are, but at least from what I understood, you have to commit a crime to be charged with a crime, and there has to be some kind of damage done or harm of some kind. At least that was my understanding of criminal law. And that's not how these laws work. It's all about the disclosure. So did you disclose your HIV status? Well, if you didn't, then you've committed a felony. But then they don't ask, well, did the person that you didn't disclose to, did they contract HIV? Or did you take mitigating steps to mitigate their risk? Like, did you use condoms? Did you engage in sexual acts that aren't going to transmit HIV? Are you undetectable? It doesn't require you, none of that matters. It just matters if you disclosed. So that's one aspect of them. And then there's upcharges, So if the one that seems to be most widely used in the state of Ohio is the harassment with bodily fluids law, which is usually in a correctional facility. So it's somebody that throws, some kind of bodily fluid at a CO. That's gross, and that's already a crime, no matter your status. But if you're HIV positive, not only is it a crime, but then you get a penalty enhancement for that. Solicitation is another one. That's a crime. But if you're living with HIV, you get an enhancement with that. Then there's these other things on the back end, we are just screwing people in so many ways with HIV that, I could get charged with these and somebody, it could be a revenge thing, or a lot of women are at a really high risk of this as well, with domestic violence situations, where they could say, if you leave me, I'm just going to go and tell them you never told me you have HIV. And then I'm going to take you to court, and who knows how many charges you get, who knows how many you get convicted on. If you do get convicted on them, once you get out, you may have to register as a sex offender. And I don't know if anybody's had the experience of getting one of those little postcards in the mail saying you have a sex offender living in your neighborhood. It's got your picture on it, it's got the address of where you live, and it also has your crime on there too. So if your crime was HIV related, you've just outed this person's status to their entire neighborhood. Another thing I don't quite understand is how the judicial system gets around HIPAA, but I guess it doesn't apply to them. So that's kind of it. It criminalizes so many different aspects of life, and then adds all of these different barriers onto people as well, especially that sex offender barrier. I mean, when I think of a sex offender, I think of somebody who's committed a sexual assault, or they're a pedophile, something like that. I don't think of somebody who maybe had HIV, didn't tell their partner, but they had consensual sex and there was no transmission that occurred. But all of a sudden now they're a sex offender and they are told where they can't live, where they can't, it's really hard to find where you're gonna work, where you're gonna live.
That's right. Sorry. You're talking about some of the barriers that criminalization, that looming threat of criminalization simply for existing as a person living with can create. And certainly that would probably not encourage a person who is unsure about their status to get tested and then know their status and then get into care that I'm hearing from your description can actually be so life-saving, has grown leaps and bounds in terms of the science, and really be working towards eradicating HIV completely, ending the epidemic as our counties have committed to. So we've talked about gender-affirming care. We've talked about ending the epidemic of HIV. I want to turn to a couple more health issues in the time that we have remaining. I'm going to go back to something that was brought up earlier in our panels today. In the 2021 budget, Ohio enacted a provision allowing healthcare workers, hospitals, and health insurance companies to refuse to provide or pay for medical services on the basis of, quote, moral, ethical, or religious objection. It's very broad, especially when you have the word moral in there. Can you each tell us, and I'm going to start with you, Julia, how might this affect LGBTQ individuals seeking medical care, whether specific to gender-affirming care, HIV treatment, or any other health care that you can think of?
Well, it's pretty easy. You go get your medical care and your doctor says no. And they don't have to explain why. They don't get in trouble. You can't get the care that you need and you're left without your care. And what can that look like? It can look like a trans man who has been, transitioned physically, socially for 10 years, but still has a uterus and has, a sudden problem with their uterus. I have a friend that this happened to, and he went to an urgent care bleeding, and this was before the medical conscience law. Because this is, let's face it, been going on for decades, that people could do this. It just wasn't legal, but now it's formally legal thanks to people who sit in these chambers. And so he was turned away by the provider and almost died. He needed an emergency hysterectomy. So that's what it looks like. It looks like an organization like ours hiring someone, and unbeknownst to us, this person has a religious or moral objection to serving our patient population and now can be among our providers and be actively anti-trans and be within their right to do that. And now we have an employee who doesn't want to take care of our community and by law is perfectly, welcome to do that. And we have to contend with that employee and what that means for our years. And we're in our infancy as an agency. It's 2022. We opened our doors in this capacity in 2016, 6 years of building trust with the trans community that we are a safe place. And now we are at risk of damaging that relationship because we now have an employee who's completely within their right to do this. It can manifest in all kinds of ways, but I would say that this law will result in people dying, and that is not an exaggeration.
Dr. Scott?
Yeah, I would say it's not just about that trans man not getting an emergency hysterectomy. It's about that trans man not getting treatment for the heart attack that they get coming into the emergency room. So it's both, gender-related care as well as non-gender-related care, just by essence or just by virtue of who that person is and the care they've received. That would enable them to not get the care in all facets that they need. It's also about young people going to a doctor and hearing the idea that, this aspect of you is something that the doctor's not comfortable with. You have to go see someone else. Mm-hmm. That is against the core ethics of what we take our Hippocratic oath to uphold. That is something that promotes shame. It promotes a sense of being othered, being wrong. Again, during childhood years, during teenage years, these are crucial times. Of course, I'm speaking to that age group. That's the age group I work with. And then they have to come to a different doctor to get the care, and they internalize these messages of shame throughout the course of their life. It leads them to hide who they are. And that's a theme that you hear throughout everything that we're talking about, whether it be gender-affirming care, whether it be sexual orientation, whether it be HIV. Most of these issues, the issue of HIV is a psychological one more than anything else, because it's about hiding elements that you are feeling are wrong because we live in just a culture and a society that presumes When one has a particular gender identity, it's supposed to match a particular body type, that's supposed to match a particular attraction, that comes with particular sexual behaviors, that comes with a set of what hormones your body is supposed to get, and that obviously that is just not representative of the variation and diversity of the human experience.
I'll add, too, that it's not simply the doctor or whomever in that medical care provision scenario saying, no, I'm not going to take care of you. It's also another barrier for the people who are trans or gender nonconforming, non-binary identified, that sits with them before they even have an experience with a medical provider. So it's another thing that you carry in your backpack of weight, the things that the stress and the anxiety that you carry with you, because you then are fearful again. You haven't even had an experience with a provider, but should you need to have an experience with a provider, you now have to worry, well, will they, as they are legally allowed to do, just say no? This is now a thing that if you're a trans person or gender nonconforming, you have to just know this. Before anything happens to you that you might need medical care, you just have to know you can't even be sure anyone's going to treat you. Or they may say to you, well, I can treat one aspect of your medical care. I can, sew up your cut, but I'm not going to give you your hormones. They can pick and choose what they want to do for you, and which again is violates, like Scott's saying, this belief that we as patients carry as well, because we learn that there's an oath that physicians take, that now, well, I am wrong, because the law, they've all just said, this is okay for doctors to do this. Another thing that reminds me that I'm wrong. And then there we go again with this growing weight that we have to carry around with us.
Every single day, there are families that are sitting with anxiety about something happening to them or their kid and wondering if they're somewhere that might not be in the opportune place. Will this be a place that I could get my needs met? Families are asking doctors like me and my colleagues to write letters that they can carry around in their wallets at all times to say that a medical system supports who they are and that the hormones that they take or the, whatever treatments that they're getting or the pronouns that they use or the gender that they are is medically indicated. And so they want that authority figure like me to validate that so that when they wind up in an emergency setting, they are, prepared to be able to almost fight the medical system to get their needs met. And that is what people face every single day, all throughout Ohio, all throughout the United States and the world.
And I'll just add one other thing. Sorry, Adam. Because I think what you're saying is so important. We just heard earlier this afternoon that House Bill 616 or whatever, it's going to get legislators' votes. Hey, maybe they won't even vote on it. They don't care. They just, put it out there. I can satisfy my constituency that I signed on to it. I'm never going to vote for that. A legislator might think I'm not that cruel. But you are failing as a legislator to stop and think about all of these families every single day, all of these kids every single day, all of these people every single day who are terrified. And it's not just the kids, it's not just the people who are trans, it's the people who love them, it's the people who teach them, support them, drive them to school every day in the school bus. All of those people are terrified. It is terrorism. It is terrorism.
I couldn't agree more. I'm sorry. Obviously, this is something that just is really, really challenging for all of us, just because, I sit face to face with families day after day after day since these efforts are established. And again, people of all political persuasions, where they sit with the fear that their entire lives have been upended. And I sit with families that are moving away from Ohio because they do not want to risk their entire kids' lives, healthcare being removed from them. These are families that are contributing members to society, that participate in the Ohio economy, that are productive members with educational opportunities, creative minds. people that could advance the cause for all of us, people who are here and willing to be servants to the public, and they're being forced out. They're being kicked out of a place that they deserve to be able to live in. And I think that terrorism is not an exaggerating word. It really isn't.
I would agree with everything. But as far as people moving out, those are people that have the resources to do so. So there's plenty of people that don't have the resources to do that. And what their remedy might be is to just not seek medical care until it's an emergency. And if they do that, then what if they show up at an emergency? This is where it leads to like actual deaths. Like, I know a lot of people that already have a hard enough time going to the doctor. They don't feel comfortable with it for whatever reason. You put this on top of it, that might outright stop them from getting regular primary care. And then if they do that and they end up at an ER somewhere, wherever it is in Ohio, it could be at a hospital that you would think, of course I'm going to go there. That's a great hospital. They provide great care. It doesn't matter because they might have an ER doctor that individual is morally objecting to them existing. And I just find that just flat out like, I can't say it on here. But it is, you don't get to object to me existing. That's not how this works, and it is terrorism.
It is cruel, and it is hopefully also illegal, and will be determined so by our courts. I want to just give a quick overview of how this particular medical conscience clause came into place. We're talking about this one as a law. It is a law that has passed here in Ohio, but it didn't go through the normal legislative process. It was jammed into our budget at literally the very, very last minute, before anybody, frankly, even knew about it. Equality Ohio, we found it and said, oh my gosh, what is this piece in here? And then all of us came together as advocates to fight against it and try to get the last conference committee to reject it or the governor to veto it. So it is law. But an update since we last gathered together in talking about this is that the city of Columbus has actually filed suit challenging this provision as unconstitutional in 16 different ways. So we're really grateful for the city of Columbus taking that legal step. And our last panel was talking about the power of the courts and ACLU and Lambda Legal. I know that other cases are being explored here as ways to challenge this. So perhaps, as Judge Mackey said, our courts will be able to be the backstop in this case. I want to shift now to the not laws here in Ohio, but the things that have become laws in other parts of the country. Legislatures in states nationwide are currently discussing health care for children who identify as transgender. You literally just have to turn on the news and say, my gosh, what state today has passed one of these anti-transgender youth bills? Been doing this work for more than 10 years, and 13 states have passed an anti-transgender youth bill in the last 3 or 4 months or so. Ohio has legislation pending here. So to our panelists, what is the current policy in Ohio, and how might providing gender-affirming care change under laws such as the one in Alabama's that was passed in Alabama that would make providing hormone therapy a felony? Dr. Scott, you referenced that at the very beginning. How might all of our discussions today, all of these advancements in medical and scientific health care change if HB 454, which is the version of that here in Ohio, were to move forward legislatively?
Well, I mean, I'm a psychiatrist, so I'm here to help other people with their depression and anxiety, and I can only just, get personal and say, the degree of depression and anxiety that our team and the families that our team helps, that we would face because of the elimination of the services we provide. I mean, it would be devastating. Doesn't even really speak the words of what it's like working every day in this climate, and having to do just as much, spend as much time defending the work as we are doing the work. I mean, this is a career, that 14 years that I have of experience working with this population. And it's not just me. I mean, our whole team collectively has decades of experience working with this group, and to the fact that we just are, people who have no clue about anything that we do, zero. They've never met any of the families, they don't understand this, and that they're not threatened by others' existence. It's really mind-boggling to me, because I mean, we are involved in multi-site grants through the National Institute of Health that would end. We are, these are $1 million grants that are being funded, that we went through hours and hours of writing these grants with our colleagues in Washington, D.C. and in Chicago. We have educational programs, we have group therapy programs, we have ways of delivering care. We have hours and hours of team rounds where we're talking about the ethics behind the care. And that's just our hospital. There's Cincinnati Children's Hospital, there's Dayton Children's, there's Akron Children's, there's Cleveland. Like, the amount of people whose lives would be affected because certain people have like either a power or fear-based strategy that is rooted in getting them to walk the halls of this very building is, again, just horrible. It's horrible. And what was said earlier, whether or not this bill passes, the damage is done. The damage is already done. These families are walking around afraid every minute of every day. And I invite every single person in this room to do whatever they need to do to be an ally, to lead to the immediate withdrawal of any effort that threatens the youth and families of Ohio.
Dr. Scott, one more follow-up to that piece. There are clinics across the nation like the Thrive program. Mm-hmm. What are you hearing from your colleagues in some of the states that have passed these measures? What are some of the reactions and frankly, self-preservation steps that are being taken?
Yeah, I mean, one of my very good friends, a pediatric endocrinologist in Dallas, her clinic essentially has ceased providing services. So this is not even just like a threat looming. This is an actuality. Kids in Texas don't have the place that they had like a day before that clinic closed down. Kids in Arkansas, kids in Alabama, kids throughout the country, and I can tell you that I heard one of the attorneys say that their client is the Constitution, and I can only imagine that in this setting that the Constitution, so long as I'm a citizen that lives under this Constitution, I couldn't imagine these laws, or these efforts actually being within the parameters of what the Constitution is, because it's unheard of. It's absolutely horrifying for the families and for the providers who have built decades of their careers to help kids and families to have to go through this and turn to their families and say, sorry, I can't provide this care to you anymore in this state. And for those of you who don't have the opportunity to move out, you have to stay here and suffer. And for those who do, well, you have to move if you want to get the care that you need, just to a certain state that happens to be more friendly.
You talked about the harm that is experienced simply by the introduction. Mm-hmm. And I want to give one example that we know as a trend through Equality Ohio's work with other national organizations. Who here has heard of the Trevor Project? It is a life-saving hotline for our young people who are contemplating self-harm. And we know that there is a parallel spike in calls to the Trevor hotline that directly parallels the introduction of these legislations across the country. So when we see one of these bills be introduced, as we heard earlier on the panel, perhaps for purely political reasons, The direct impact of that is spikes to the Trevor hotline by young people calling because of that fear that they're experiencing.
You don't need the Trevor Project hotline data to say it. I'm proof personally of my own inbox in my own electronic health record of the crises that we're managing every time an effort like this happens. Every hearing that happens, every time something hits the news, it's re-traumatizing all over again every single time. So I don't need that data. I have my own data. Yeah.
Can I add something to
Absolutely,
that?
Julia.
Because those calls spike, and not all of those kids are saved. And I can tell you that in the work that I do at my organization, which is a lot education focused, that it's been within the last 8 months, we did training with the Franklin County Coroner's Office. And we did that because they saw a spike in trans suicide. And this is again, the very real impact of this kind, not just legislation, but threat of legislation, climate. Children, adults will die. And they will die because they are afraid. And there seems for them to be no way out other than to take their own lives. And so, look at every state has annual suicide reports. Are they reporting gender identity when they report suicide data? Often they are not. But when they are, you will see those numbers climbing. I mean,
and just
that will happen.
Just of note, like here in Columbus, Nationwide Children's Hospital has a world-class facility. It's called the Behavioral Health Pavilion. It's one of a kind. It's the only children's hospital in the United States, and I say this having worked at Boston Children's and Lurie Children's Hospital of Chicago, so I understand the climate of mental health and the services that are provided in different children's hospitals. Well, here at Nationwide Children's, they've bravely made a revenue-losing discipline and service its hallmark feature. And so this multi-million dollar, like $100 million facility that is a mile away, provides care to all kids, not just transgender kids, obviously. It's across our entire catchment area. And I can tell you that we are understaffed, even with 30 child and adolescent psychiatrists. We have one of the largest departments in the entire nation in a children's hospital. And with that amount of child and adolescent psychiatrists, we still are understaffed and overworked, in a pandemic no less. And a law that bans care that is evidence-based, what that does is that limits recruitment efforts for people to come to world-class facilities like in Ohio, even for non-gender related care, for cisgender kids. All kids are suffering when a ban on a particular group, especially a vulnerable group, is even on the table. No child and adolescent psychiatrists, which there's already a deficit in this country. There's about 8,000, 9,000 child and adolescent psychiatrists in the United States, with a current need for about 21,000 child psychiatrists. So there's a pediatric mental health shortage for all kids. And what these types of efforts against LGBTQ youth do is they then send a message to doctors around the country: don't come to Ohio, because here you have to worry that your care is going to be legislated the next time some issue becomes a hot topic that allows for a power grab. And so I think this is not just an issue for the kids and the parents and the families that I see. This is an issue for all youth across Ohio.
So we're coming to the end of our time together, and I want to just do one quick fact check in terms of this legislation, because I know it can be confusing and hard to remember sort of where things are with that, and that is the medical conscience clause. Yes, that is law. Shameless plug, if anybody here experiences, or if any of your clients as attorneys experience a medical denial, please contact the Equality Ohio Legal Clinic, 855 LGBT Law. We are documenting those denials as part of efforts to look at the legalities of this law. But the other pieces are again proposed, and we know that there's harm in that, and that's a bill, Don't Say Gay, Don't Mention Race, is out there, has just been introduced, a bill that would criminalize gender-affirming care, and a bill that would prohibit young people from playing sports. And unlike in other states where it has passed, it has not passed here, and we have a chance perhaps to disrupt that, and I want to make that point very, very clear. In this last bit of our time, you know, Dr. King said the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And a dear mentor of mine said, yes, if we help bend it. So in that sense, what final thoughts do each of you have? And I forgot to also say the HIV modernization work, no legislation pending yet, but in that optimism, we know that efforts are underway to help try to modernize those 6 laws that are status offenses and criminalize folks. So Hope, can you leave our audience, each of you, with a final thought in these final few minutes that remain? What is one thing you want our audience to take away as a final thought from your perspective as an expert here? Adam, we'll start with you.
Okay. I think one thing that kept coming up all day today, not just this panel, is fear. A lot of these laws that are passed or proposed are based in fear of the other or something that people don't understand. And then these laws cause fear in the people that they impact. So you've got fear on both sides. And fear is not a good thing. So let's end on an optimistic note. I think that I agree with that whole, you know, the arc of history is long but bending. And I think the way you get rid of fear is that you live your authentic self, you do you, and you educate people in those soft ways by living your life and who you are, advocating for yourself, advocating for others, and being out there so that it is made clear that this community is not something that should be feared. That's what I would say. Be out there and don't be afraid of people who are afraid of you, because they're only afraid of you because they have no idea what you're like and what your community is like. And once they do, they won't be afraid anymore.
I am a big believer in everyday activism, and so we all have spheres of influence. They can be small, maybe the 2 people sitting next to me, or they can be massive, like the whole state of Ohio, or much bigger. But I believe that we each have a responsibility to protect vulnerable people. And there are many vulnerable populations, and they're not a mystery. We know who they are, right? We as white people, historically in this country, have always moved away from the vulnerable people, right? That's why we have exurbs. But we know who the vulnerable people are. It's not a mystery, right? So be an everyday activist. You can put that trans pride sticker on your car and it will make a difference. It's visibility, right? Or you can go much further than that and join Equality Ohio and make those phone calls. You can be the friendly neighbor to the person who has the courage to fly their rainbow pride flag or put out the sign that says Black Lives Matter. You can say, I agree with you. I'm going to put out a sign too. You know, you can, when you see something going wrong in a grocery store, you see it. Like, we see people. You can be not a bystander. You can be an upstander. And that is where you will take in your circle of influence, whatever it is, whatever moment of the day that's happening, and make a difference. Because collectively, all of those differences are what causes that arc to bend towards justice. So I don't believe in wasting time. I think that's why I believe in everyday activism. We have an opportunity every single day to make a difference, and it adds up. We've seen it. I've seen it over my lifetime. I'm legally married now. I was 12 years illegally married, and I'm 5 years legally married because of everyday activism that piles together and turns into Lambda Legal and equality and all this stuff, really making the change at the Supreme Court. So that's my kind of message, is be that everyday activist.
Dr. Scott, you?
I would say that 2 things. I would say that recognizing that these issues around gender, sexuality, gender identity, gender expression, these are issues that we only think about when they differ from what our brains are brainwashed to think is sort of supposed to be. And really, if everyone can take a step back and realize every human has a gender identity, every human has a way of expressing their gender, everyone has a sexual orientation, and we all have a certain body, and they all intersect in different ways, and that these are applicable even for people whose gender identity matches their bodies, so cisgender people, for example, that their emotional health, their psychological health is dependent on gender-affirming care as well, because if you think about it, a lot of depression, a lot of anxiety, a lot of externalizing behaviors from certain people always come from this notion of not being feminine enough or not being masculine enough, and that's for people who are completely comfortable in their bodies. Their minds and their body, they do not have dysphoria, they do not need any treatment, but because the health system doesn't really think about gender for everybody, it only thinks about it when the other walks into the office, we tend to perpetuate this notion that this is something that only matters for the LGBTQ community when it's really applicable to all of us. And so I do think that if we can all do our part to realize and appreciate and understand that your own identities, no matter how aligned with your body or not, impacts your overall psychological, emotional well-being, and support the youth to developing a sense of gender literacy and understanding that gender stereotypes kind of brainwash us and that we need to move away from that and embrace the younger population for teaching us more about different notions of gender instead of dismissing it. Just embrace it and understand it and sit with it. I think we're all for the better because we live in a place where conversation with people who tend to be afraid and tend to not appreciate or understand another person's experience. I have been personal witness to being able to meet a person where they're at and help them understand how to support their child in a way that they never imagined they could. And then time goes on and their child is supported, affirmed, and they are all the better family for it. So we can all have those conversations and appreciate that.
Adam, Julia, Dr. Scott, I don't think we could have had a better panel to talk about the intersections of healthcare, law, and policy today. Would everyone please join me in thanking you for your time?
Great job. Good job. Go team.
And if I could welcome back Joseph as our MC.
Thank you. Thanks again to our third panel. Give them one more round of applause. Thank you. Please stay seated. I would like to, you are free to go. Okay. Yes, you're dismissed. You don't have to stay seated. Everyone else does. I'd like to welcome to the stage Rachel Wiley. Rachel is a queer biracial poet and performer based in Cleveland, a two-time National Poetry Slam competition finalist. Thank you, Rachel, for sharing your original composition with us today. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you all for having me. A litany for the becoming. For those of us making ourselves more at home within ourselves. Those of us who want only to be what we most are without having to ask permission, without signatures, without endless evaluations, without having to sanitize what was never unclean, without prioritizing the comfort of everyone who isn't us, without fear of it being the reason someone tries to undo us. For those of us who will answer only now to our living names, the ones christened with bright truth through a forest of fears, both ours and others. The names our beating hearts rejoice to hear like a favorite song from a passing car's summer speakers. The names we sign our love notes with. The names We write in sugar on our birthday cakes and encircle with candles in celebration of making it through one more unpromised year of becoming, another year of being, another year of surviving, another year of survivor's guilt. Because we know for every year marked with a growing pool of melting wax, there are some who don't get to be here with us, who should get to be here with us. Those who were undone, whose beautiful becoming was cut short. Some whose authentic names will not appear on their headstones or in their obituaries. Their valiant becoming redacted by people confused or threatening by the living and embodied gospel truth of them. So we burn for the undone with our most unapologetic breathing. And we make no more pleas for acceptance, no more appeals for our humanity, only demands now. You would not ask a boot heel if it sits comfortably on your neck. So too, any eloquence to ask for what rightfully belongs to us has long expired. We belong to ourselves, to our loves, and to the families who find us and choose us right back, and to the universe who made us divine and queer. And we owe none of our precious time defending ourselves against the simple act of becoming who we are. Who we were put here to be, who we were always going to be anyway, no matter what you say or what you don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. That was amazing and moving. I have been moved to tears a couple of times today. I didn't know that. Getting up every day, putting on a suit, working in a court, you don't think that's necessarily going to happen. I'd like to thank you all for being here. This has meant so much. I hope you have felt the power, the optimism, the hope, and the challenge in this room. This is all of our State House here. It's really special to be together in this space. And thank you for being here today. If you want credit for your CLE forms, you knew this was going to come up one more time. If you want credit, you got to drop them off as you leave, make sure they're filled out. Otherwise, you're all free to go. You're free to hang out for a little bit. Thank you for being here.